Hello, everybody. Hope everything is all right. And here we go with another live show. And this says okay here. Radio Marti is a baseball game. Okay, open up my pages that I use. IBI space. Link. Open the number station page where we'll be chasing those, see if propagation is good today. And of course, HF Underground for Pirates. I'll be checking out if anything is out there. So, and open the email and check out that it is going to work fine. And here we go. Okay. So let's start this. Welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have you here. And it's pretty it's a cool day today. We're about at 60, barely making it to 70 Fahrenheit today. It's cloudy and we had some rain this morning. Supposed to have more rain a little later today. So we'll be checking that out. And my antenna. Oh, something is happening with my picture. What just happened here? Let me just display capture, streaming. My picture is frozen. Yes. Okay, let's check that out. Here we go. And here we go. We're back. The camera, actually, when I went to my account, my camera wanted to verify I use face recognition on my computer. So I wanted to do face recognition as I was streaming. So it made it frozen for a minute. I guess the app didn't like that. So here we are. So hello, everybody. Welcome aboard. This is the live show. We are here every Saturday. And we, of course, have radio time. We listen to the radio. We talk about radio. We just have a lot of fun with radio. And that is what we do. And it's fun to be all of us together. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Northeast part of North America. And we, of course, are here to have fun as a gang with radio, and check it out. Like I said at the beginning, 11860, I'm on Radio Marti. They are actually in a baseball game. Reminds me of the good old days of the American Forces radio when they had baseball games on the on Shortwave. So we have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to join in and say hello, please do. Let us know where you are. It's always fun to hear about everyone and know where you are also, which is kind of fun to, kind of interesting, seeing where you are from around the world, everywhere. It's always fun to see that. Well, the Facebook group is available after we do the live show when this is all over. Lots of people participating, having a lot of fun, sharing what they're listening to on, radio info and so on. So this is always fun to look at. So official SWL channel is a Facebook group, same name as the channel here. And yep, we're here to entertain and have fun. And so it's nice to have all of you here. I'm going to answer a question for Gabriel because he sent me an email, and I'll answer it here. Anyways, hope everybody's going to have a fantastic time here today, as we are going to be looking at, the different signals out there. One of the things that is not maybe going to be as good here, my antenna fell down in the backyard. I noticed yesterday evening that it was in the backyard. So I didn't have time to actually put it back up because of the rain. And so what I did is I just put it to the fence at the back of the backyard until tomorrow or Monday, when I'll actually put it back up the way it was before. So the next door neighbors are nice. You asked them if I could have permission to trespass on their backyard, and they said anytime, no problem. If you want to go fix an antenna, you want to get Paul the cat, whatever, you are welcome. There's no problem there. You can go in our backyard. So that's I found them to be very, very nice. Actually, I was thinking of giving them a little gift, maybe a bottle of wine or something, to say thank you for letting me do that. They are it's really cool for that. So that was my part of what happened. So I put it up temporarily. It's a little lower than it is normally. So I have no idea how much of a difference will it actually give me in performance. At the end of the backyard, it's about, I'd say, 6 feet above the ground, where usually it is about, I would say, a good 20 feet above the ground where I put it. So it's surely going to have an impact. And also, it's getting very close to the metal frame of the backyard fence. So all of that together, I don't know what type of performance. I'm not even sure if I could tune a band right now with it. I'd be curious to try, just to see if the antenna tuner can tune some frequency range. But anyways, I'll put it back up by Monday for sure. So hello everybody. Mike B, nice to have you here. Always nice to have you on board from Colorado. We have Tim Dacey, nice to have you here from New England. Free to choose, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Gabriel, nice to have you here from Montevideo in Uruguay. To answer your question, the PL990 and the PL990X, the X is for the export version. When there's no X, is for the Chinese market. There really ain't anything that is really different between them. They work. They both work the same. They have the same frequency range, pretty much. So if you get that, a word of warning about it though, if you get the 990 above 20 megahertz, its single sideband isn't very good. It tends to be on some units. It tends to be very unstable, and I'd say that even on 10 meters, if you listen to hams on 10 meters, they are almost impossible to listen to. So I would think about it if you listen to higher frequencies. If you never really go above 20 megahertz, for the most part, the rest of the range, or all of it, is fine. So just a word of warning on the 990. Trey Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Got his CHU QSL card, cool. And we have Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. Got his CHU QSL card. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you on board. And so that is nice to have you from Morgan City, Louisiana. WA5107SWL. Richard Wagner's got WWV on all frequencies last night. So that's pretty, that doesn't happen often, that all of them at the same time. ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. Something I noticed after I play with the homemade antenna, I could catch Radio Pilipinas on English on 17750 and 21720 at 02 UTC. The first 30 minutes is almost smooth, then it fade out slowly. So yeah, that's as the path changes with day-night, it probably has that makes the signal. It's a little bit like here, Radio New Zealand here, and at like, you know, 03 UTC is pretty strong. 04 is pretty good, but starting at 04 we started having a fade of 17675 as the darkness bat gets bigger and bigger between New Zealand and Montreal. So that's the effect of the changing propagation as the day and night, the number of, you know, the amount of daylight, the amount of night time you have in between two stations. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania. Finally out of the wildfire smoke now, waiting for a severe thunderstorm. Blogger nice to have you on board from Central Virginia. So yeah, the forest fires here are pretty heavy, and especially in Ontario, Northwest Ontario. The forest fires there are as big as some of the U.S. states. They're completely out of control, and there's literally nothing they can do about it. And they say that it was so dry in the northern part of Canada that just one bolt of lightning and a thunderstorm, and here's a new forest fire. And entire communities, I mean, the native communities up north, there's some entire villages that have been totally destroyed and wiped out of the map. It's pretty tragic what's happening. And so when the fires get to this level, there's almost nothing that can be done. You know, we do have our planes and everything, but it's so puny of a of work compared to the fires themselves that has literally no effect. Cheers, everybody. It has been getting worse over the last years. I mean, I was talking with a friend about the forest fires. I mean, we had some of that smoke come here on this week, and especially on Tuesday. There are parts of the province, we got some thunderstorms, and the cloud of the thunderstorm, you know, usually it gets pretty dark in a thunderstorm, but mixed in with the forest fire smoke, it was almost, there were some places in the province of Quebec where at noon it was as dark as if it was night. It was crazy to see, and even it was very weird on Tuesday when I woke up. I looked outside and it looked like I was in a strange planet somewhere. I just looked at it and said, "Well, this is like being in Twilight Zone or something." So it's going, it's pretty crazy, and that's what we were talking about. Is, you know, I don't remember when I was a teenager really having much problem with forest fires and the smoke. And it literally is worse than it was 20 years ago in terms of the forest fires across Canada. We have a couple here too in the northern part of Quebec near our power plants. In James Bay, there's quite a few of them also. Those are, I think, controlled, so they're probably soon going to be extinguished, but crazy what's happening. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Oxford County, Ontario, Canada. Mike WX50 from Northwest Arkansas, nice to have you here. Brett Woolley, Northwest Oklahoma, nice to have you on board. Had WWCR on all but 20 and 25. You mean WWV? And not WWCR. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines, Ontario. VE3105 SWL. Nice to have you here. Toast and Loaf from Alabama. TVDXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Old Radio says it's hot. So here it's pretty cool, and we're actually, I was looking at the weather, and we're not going to have real, hot days for a little while now. We're in some kind of there's some kind of high pressure up north that's kind of pushing a little bit cooler weather here, which is okay because I mean we did have quite a few days where it was really hot, so I kind of enjoy the fact that it's cooler. John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. Craig Martinetti, WDX2ROE is a shortwave radio call sign. Brett Woolley, 91 here, but it feels like 89 because we have a nice cool breeze blowing. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Stephen Wright, nice to have you on board from Essex, UK. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. We have Craig Martinetti saying hello to Paul the Cat also. Keegan DXer had some FM e-skip to Mexico this morning. Cool. Originals, Scott, watch your videos all the time. And shortwave, I have it Texan 501X. Cool. Welcome aboard, Original. And then we have RJDA Dakota in Winsville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. And hot with a heat index of 106. That's hot. Toast and Love, my weather feed must be lagging. It says it's only 75. Miguel Molina, nice to have you here. Miguel from Barcelona, Spain. Welcome aboard. Old radios, the dashboard melted, but we still have the radio. Modest Mouse. Okay. KXD. What radio is on the screen in the back? It looks like mine, a 710. It's a FTDX10. They do look similar. Mine is the FTDX10, which is actually here also. You can see it when I move my chair. So this is the FTDX10 that I put on that screen here. So they are quite similar. Nice to have you on board. Old radios, no GE Super Radio because I intentionally bought a manual typewriter today. So, Chris, nice to have you on board. Are you affected by the smoke? We had some days where we were. Today we're not here because there's rain, and the rain plus the way the wind's blowing today is it's pretty good. It's not 100%. I could see that there's a little bit because of the color of the sky, but it's not much of a problem. But there were some days this week that was complicated, and we could smell the smoke from the forest fires. John Beckham, nice to have you here. I must say that I have been enjoying the great reception on my XH Data D220. Reception is really good for a radio of its type. Old Radios wants to have that GE Super Radio someday. Rick Myers. Let me just go back. I lost my spot. Okay, here we go. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. Nice to have you here from South Daytona, Florida. 92 degrees, no storms yet. Eating pizza and watching baseball. Pretty cool. Keegan DXer says my niece in Massachusetts texted me Wednesday afternoon and said there was smoke and the air quality was poor. Yeah. Dan says, I'm in Detroit. Today's better than last week. So, yeah, you guys are having a lot of that smoke from Ontario. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board. So, yeah, the East Coast is being affected. Actually, I have a website. I can share it. I don't know, you guys might have a website also that does it, but the website I use is firesmoke.ca. And so this will give you an idea of where the smoke is and where it's going. So this is the website that I use. Here is the URL if you guys want to look at it. And so it gives you the actual smoke now and a forecast of where the smoke's going and how heavy it's going to be. VT Radio, nice to have you on board from Northern Vermont, AA1SU. We'll have to, I was thinking about you today, Paul. I was thinking that I need to find the time to try again our little contact through the Covey Hill repeater. It would be interesting to try that. I'm gonna check out what day and what time, and if it goes well with you, we'll try that maybe this week. So no problem, Gabriel. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board. Gino, nice to have you here in Kentucky. And so I was trying to get a Super Radio 1, old radios, yeah. It's pretty much the best. So it's really nice. By the way, if you enjoy what I do, we have to see that some donations have come in. Don't forget to help me out. It is something that really helps me continue. You can give me a little something through the super chat, get a little donation. Any amount helps, and it's nice to have your support. And also, there's the fund for food. I put food because I still don't know what I'm going to eat tonight. Maybe a sub. And cat treats for Paul. And you can also send, of course, your donations through PayPal at the Yahoo email that I am posting here. And here we go. And thank you so much for your support through the last months. You guys have been great and really helps me continue. I want to say through PayPal, thank you to Brian Leisner and Blogger Die for their donations today. Much appreciated. And so, and I'll be saying hello, thank you to those as I get into the chat room where your donations are through the super chat. John Beckham says, I really enjoy listening to Radio Prague from WRMI. Yeah, it's nice to have these relays. It's really cool. The Rorax, nice to have you on board. Says, how are you going to hoist your antenna back up? It's quite easy for me. The way I have set it up in the fence, what I do is I just take the wooden pole that I put on the fence, and so I just take down the wooden pole and I reattach it to the top of the wooden pole, and then I just put the wooden pole back and attach the wooden pole again to the fence. So it's quite easy repair. Just have to take the time to do it. Chris says, can Mr. Paul the cat climb the tree and put the antenna where a wire higher? Not anymore. I would say that he would have been able when I had him 10 years ago, 11 years ago. He used actually to. There's a tree in my neighbor's yard, and the way it's actually the branches are, he could jump when he was younger. He would jump on one of the branches and actually go up the tree. and he did that I don't know how many times. But today he doesn't do it anymore. Brian Leesner, I am totally starting from scratch on my laptop. Wiped it last night. Coffee time. Kevin, nice to have you on board. And I heard Canada was really just doing the rest of the evil out. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Kevin. So much appreciated. Hope you're having some good time visiting around your beautiful Florida spot where you are. Darvin Iverson, nice to have you on board from Norway. Last night in Norway, more than 100 houses burned down in a city an hour because of the dry forest and houses in the area. So part of the city looks like a war zone. Wow. It's really, really crazy. Richard Wagner says smog's bad in Illinois. So, yeah, some of that is really, really crazy. Right now, it's not too bad here. Lagardie says, need to reintroduce more buffalo. 09 Keller says, smoking area, K5DGS. So like I said, it's not too bad today. We had some bad days this week and some good days. So it depends on the wind and if it's raining or not. Chris says, I visited Portugal a couple of years ago, and after where they had vast area of forest fires, never seen anything like it. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Dean, nice to have you on board, and thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Rick Myers, occasionally we get Saharan dust, no smoke here yet in Florida. Yeah, actually, you had some not long ago. I was seeing a map where they were showing all that dust crossing the Atlantic Ocean and going up to Florida. It was pretty amazing to see that. Old Radio says, my uncle found a Zenith AM phono thing. I need to get a look at it. Aha. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you on board from the UK, M7EIW. Hope you are well. No problem, Paul. I'll send you an email, and we'll arrange something, and I'll go to the park to set up and try our contact. Skidology, nice to have you on board from Southern Ontario. 22 minutes late only. Forgot to set the alarm on my new phone, so I wasn't able to join the stream, but I'm here. Cool. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland, where it's warm and sunny weather. Brett Woolley, did Paul get the caviar I sent him? He's not. I'm not sure he's that fond of caviar. He's a finicky little cat. There's so many things that you think he's gonna like, and you're like, okay, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. So thank you so much, you guys, WX50 and Gabriel, for your donations. Much appreciated through PayPal, and thank you so much for supporting me. It's always nice, and helps me a lot, like I said. So what else do we have? Scalology says, a few days ago, the sky was like a yellow color. Didn't realize that the color was because of the wildfire smoke. Oh yeah, it was very, very weird on Tuesday. On Tuesday, the this is what it looked like here. I woke up in the morning. It looked so strange, so strange. Blogger Dice says, when my antenna comes down, I can't take down the wooden tree to reattach it. That's a little more difficult, taking down a wooden tree. So that's why I use well, there's no tree in my backyard, so That's why I use that. If there would be a tree, I probably would be using the tree to have my antenna up. But all the trees here are all the trees from the neighbors, so I don't really use any trees to. I did use the neighbor's tree when it was an old woman that was living there. She had no problem with me putting up antennas, even if they were above their backyard. But with the new people that bought a house, I just don't want to take that chance, and I don't want to annoy them with my antennas and stuff. Gabriel completely forgot to look at Anonco, so I just bought the 990X there. I know it's a reliable place for all things Texan. Yeah, Anonco is just great. It's just great. Marvin Motz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Summers have become so hot here that the government has redefined summer to alleviate heat deaths and reschedule outdoor activities. Old radios, I'm super excited to learn how this 1960s Royal typewriter works. I'm not sure how to use any typewriter. Brian Lees, there's definitely less smoky outside today. The sky was crazy looking yesterday. So Richard Wagner says the smoking light is lit. Tristan, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here, as usual. Kevin says that Saharan dust gives some amazing sunsets. It also is probably one of the reasons the activity currently in the Gulf is at peace so far. So yeah, I bet it must change the sunsets and everything. It's like the forest fires. They give us some amazingly weird and beautiful sunsets also. Brian Leisner uses PVC poles. And I'm going to change. I'm going to take the occasion when I put it back up tomorrow or Monday. I am going to change the wooden pole that I'm using. It's been there for 4 years, and you could see that the weather and the being outside all the year around for 4 years has taken a toll on it. So before it actually snaps and that I have to put it up again, might as well change it. I'm going to change it for a new one at the same time, and make the attachment as good as possible so that the antenna actually will continue to to stay up for at least a few years. ZY3WR says WRMI 15770, not bad signal. Usually I catch them later, like 2 hours from now. So maybe conditions is good. I think conditions are not bad at all. There's not a lot of activity on the sun, and so it makes for quiet conditions. If I look here, the K index that we speak is 1. So that ain't bad at all. Solar flux is 105. It's a little on the low side, but maybe it's going to help out for our number stations we're going to try out a little later. And hopefully my antenna is, even though it's lower, is still good enough to give me some good signals. I'm going to check out with... I'm going to check that out with 17016. Check if I'm receiving the... I'm not getting anything on the KPH station. Oh yeah, I am. It's very weak. It's very weak, but it's there. So I am getting a weak kph on 1701 6.8. So that's from Point Reyes, California. So that is a certain indication of the level of propagation. SWL Signals, nice to have you here from Florida. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. John Beckham says, I used to enjoy buying a SWL copper wire antenna kit when I was a kid. Yeah, I bought one of those at Radio Shack. I remember buying one of those at a Radio Shack. It had all of it inside, the insulators and everything. It was kind of cool. I remember putting that up and having a lot of fun. Now, I always have, I have one here that's just behind me. Because I have that surplus electronics store, Addison Electronics. I always have at least one, if not 2 or 3 spools of 100 feet of wire. So if I ever need to change anything or do anything, I always have pretty much everything I need to, either change a wire or repair an antenna or. I was even thinking about the end fed antenna I have, but maybe change the wire with a new one with a higher gauge so that it actually will be a little thicker and it will withstand better the elements of winter and summer here in Montreal. Jim Gordon, you might know some examples of the DX286 have a problem with paint peeling off its grill. Coruscant replied to me that they have changed their paint. More recent examples, mine is October 25. Okay, I haven't seen any problems with mine yet, so I don't know if they had changed or not when I got mine. But no, I had no idea that some were complaining about that. Jay Waterston 69, nice to have you on board. Scalology I would buy from an Onco, but Anna apparently doesn't ship batteries anymore. I emailed her and she confirmed that was the case. Apparently Canada Post classifies batteries as dangerous items. Definitely Canada Post is a real pain in the ass in sending out things with batteries. It's just crazy. But I did, my PL520 from a non-code did have a battery in it. So I don't know exactly what's happening. Apparently for some maybe it's because depending on the country where they're sending it, they choose to put the battery or not. So Kevin says Halloween sales are going on in St. Pete today. I purchased a nice black cat with LED eyes, and I am currently having a glass of wine in an orange Halloween wine goblet. Wow, that's neat. Isn't it a little early for Halloween? It's still, it's like I went to the pharmacy, and the pharmacy where I go to they sell a lot of stuff, and they have a whole aisle of school accessories, school things for back to school. School stopped only 2 weeks ago, and they already have the back to school stuff. It's like you can already buy everything you need for a school. And I'm like, wow. When I was young, that didn't appear before at least a month before school. Now it's like the school just ended and here you go, back to school. It's like, okay. Chris, you could use a telescopic pole to support your antenna. Yeah, that could be, but I go to the way I do it, I go to the cheapest and easiest. And since the wooden poles that I use are very cheap, I just use those, and it's easy to set up. But yeah, in some cases that could be interesting. DH1AO, nice to have you here from northern Germany, and says hopped in for a beer. Hope you're doing well. And yes, Mag WX50. Ah, yes, the copper wire antenna kit from Radio Shack brings some nice memories. Free to choose. The thing with old manual typewriters is you have to have a typing technique good enough that you won't do typos. Yeah, that's the thing, because you'll be using a lot of liquid paper to to mask the wrong. I remembered, we had one of those manual typewriters when I was young, and I would write, because my handwriting is so horrible, and that I know that if I send a letter with my own handwriting, um, people probably can't read it half of the time. I would do my reception reports with the manual typewriter we had at home back in the early days of my sending out reception reports. So I thought, by doing it with the typewriter, at least they're gonna be able to read what's on the paper. Jose, nice to have you on board. There's apparently a Tomorrowland Belgium 2026 thing with music. It's a music festival. Brian Leesner, CW and SSB are a little more noise proof. Yeah, because they also narrow the bandwidth, which also narrows the amount of noise that you get. John Beckham, okay. Tristan, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And thank you. As we are continuing, we're going to prepare in 15 minutes. We're going to try to get our first number station. So Brian Leesner has insane noise levels today. Yeah, that's sad. Blogadai 15770 strong on the ZWS 802 with W3 repeater, 3-meter antenna. So Stephen Wright, can't you use the loop antenna? Well, I always both are very separated. The loop antenna is on the ICOM and also on the multi-coupler, and so I leave it like that. Also the other thing is that for the Yaesu, I like to tune the higher frequencies, and the antenna, my sloper antenna in the backyard, my infed sloper, is actually way better above 10 megahertz than my magnetic loop. And also, I don't want to put the loop on because if I am sometimes a little, forget about things. And I'm afraid that I'll key up the Yaesu FTDX10 and blow up the loop antenna. And a multi-coupler also. Craig Martinetti, I used a copper wire antenna when I started with the shortwave hobby on Staten Island, New York. And Brian Leesner used to be able to pick up the major players on Crystal Radio. John Beckham, I always was told that copper was always the best conductor in promoting quality shortwave antenna. Technically, yes, but it's so little of a difference that even if you'd use, say, aluminum or any other type of metal wire that you have out there, there would probably not be any difference because it's too small of a difference to notice. But yeah, that copper was often referred to as what we should be using in our antennas. I use pretty much everything. When I buy the wire, like 100 feet of wires, I go for what is the cheapest. So I will often buy something which is not copper, because copper wire now is actually much more expensive. And I mean, it works fine. Mike WX50, I ran copper wire from the DX160 to a tree branch when I first started listening to shortwave. And I discovered insulators later. Haha. Brian Leesner using an RSPDX today. What I did on the next door neighbor tree in the front, I used to have an antenna that was in there's a very, very big tree in the neighbor's yard here. And if I throw a wire with a weight, I can actually have it go into the tree and stay there. And I actually had one for maybe the first 10 years I lived here. I had a wire there, so when I would go on the balcony with my portables, I could just clip the wire to the antenna of the radio and listen. And I actually, that weight that was on it was nice because it actually would, as the tree branches would move, it would give the slack needed to my wire antenna to be able to not snap. But one day we had a really big storm and it was so windy that it wasn't enough. And I went outside and looked at the balcony and it was like, my wire's gone. And I could see it very faintly because it's tough to see a wire in a tree. But I could see it dangling and moving with the wind. And I was like, oh, okay, it's there. But there was no way for me to get it back. And I never actually put up a wire in that tree again. It was actually pretty good. It worked really well in receiving. But now that it's new neighbors, I'm not going to try that. Blogger Dice. So Brian Leisner is using a RF SpeeDX today. Blogger Dice, I've probably seen 100 DX286 radios and none with paint issues, but they do dent easily. Manuel the Xer says, glad you're safe with the forest fires in Canada at the moment. Yeah, here we're in the south. We're far from these forest fires. They're really mostly up north, but we do get smoke from time to time that really degrades the air quality. DJ Craze, nice to have you on board. It's almost almost 40 minutes late today. John Beckham, yeah, the porcelain insulators, yep. So, Lagardine says Canada Post won't ship to the U.S. Nope, they want nothing. I am so sorry for Ed that won the contest with the radios. I never was able to send the radios anywhere. He even came up to Canada, and he wanted me to send it to a friend of his in British Columbia, and so I gave the package, and I said, no, there's nothing dangerous in the box. And the package was back here. They sent me back the package with a sticker saying that there was some dangerous materials in it. And so I never was able to send his radios. And I find that sad. But now I understand that I'll never do another drawing again for radio resist stuff. I just can't send them. It's like, and two of them have internal batteries that you cannot remove. So it's like, okay, forget it. Way too complicated. That wasn't like that, 10, 15 years ago. So I'm stuck and there's nothing I can do about it. So, yet, I did receive my PL520 from a non-co with a battery in it. And I think it was Canada Post. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Canada Post that actually had it. So, Richard Wagner, I got a Radio Shack multi-dipole antenna that lost to a lawnmower, but I've got some multi-conductor ribbon cable to splice from. Tristan, last week I ordered the PL520. I'm hoping it will be good replacement of my damaged PL330. Oh yeah, it's a great radio. You're going to like it. It's a really, really great radio. I love mine. I've been using it this week a little bit. I'm hoping on Monday, because it's supposed to be a beautiful day Monday, I'm hoping to go to Perry Island on Monday. So you might you might see some videos from Perry Island Monday, where I'll be doing some radio reception. I'm also going to bring the M-Lite 880 with me. Have both and spend a nice afternoon just having a good time I've with my caregiving duties this week, I had a pretty rough week. So hope to catch up and maybe have some better time with radio. I also, okay, here we go. So 17453. Let's go check that out. 17453. So the number station is in 7 minutes time. It will be 17453 CW or 17452 upper sideband to check it out. And that's in 7 minutes from now. Hopefully we'll hear something. Last week it was very weak. DH1AO had 20-meter contact the other day to Norway, Arctic Circle. Told me it's snowing on this side. I was a bit jealous. Gino, well, Anonco is a supplier of Texan, but I don't think they supply anything from Shoyang. I don't think that they have any Shoyang radios, if I'm not mistaken. So usually Shoyang has its own store, and you'll have the Shoyang at other places. I know that I've seen today that the development of the LC100 is pretty much done, so that it's soon going to be a available radio. So this is going to be so yeah. If I look here, yeah, I don't think Nonco has anything from Shoyang. They're really mostly selling Texan branded radios. That's pretty much it. You have a few other things like the Ethon. I should buy that one, the Texan 2P3 AM transistor radio kit. And do it yourself. That could be a lot of fun. Problem is I don't have a lot of time. So yeah. What else? I lost my spot. Okay, here we go. RJ Dakota, when I worked for a department store, we were always 2 holidays ahead of time on purpose. Yeah, I know. I'm sure that we are close to having Halloween stuff showing up. I think they start putting it up in August. Plug I still have 2 insulators on my antennas that I bought when I was a teenager. They are precious to me. So the Y3WR also about Mystery of Joy. It's not one-time thing and random days, but only when they get the permission for it. Include the Wolferton transmitter. They have a site with upcoming programs if it happens. Okay. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. Keegan DXer, okay. John Beckham says, I would assume that your overall favorite antenna is your MLA30. Well, now I have a GA490, which kind of a similar antenna with a broader, frequency range. But if depending on the frequency that I'm using, that will decide if I have a favorite, with what favorite I will use. So the loop is going to be used if I'm in low frequencies, because it definitely works better there. But my half-wave infed in the backyard beats the loop. Above 10 megahertz up to 30 megahertz beats the loop like really, really well. So I use the Yaesu with the end-fed to listen to higher frequencies, and I use the ICOM with the MLA30 to listen, or the GA490 to listen to lower frequencies. So why 3WR, will simple antenna be as good as dish antenna? Well, dish antennas are made for a different purpose. The different antennas aren't all good for everything. Each antenna has its own frequency of resonance. So for shortwave, you are better off with a wire antenna than having a dish antenna, because they're not made to receive shortwave frequencies. They're meant to receive very high frequencies in the gigahertz range most of the time. That's why they are made like a dish, because they reflect that high frequency and point it towards the middle of where all the antenna assembly, the amplifier and everything is. Where on shortwave that doesn't work. So it depends what frequency. So there's an antenna for every type of frequency that you listen to. Don't know. Yeah, silver is better than copper, and it's pretty much the best. It's even better than gold in general, but it's way very expensive. Fred Water, nice to have you on board. So Dwight 3WR, like I want something that not really throw it outside and inside is enough. Yeah, well, you can get yourself either a magnetic loop like an MLA30, things like that. But on shortwave radio, a wire antenna, when you have low noise, a wire antenna is the best that you can have. So, Rod and Animal, nice to have you on board from Toronto. Brian Leisner, NRSPST in the basement. Picked up a firmware update today. Oh, I'm going to check that out. ZY3WR, like in general, something strong that not require go outside and somewhere in the house is enough. Yeah, the best that if you have noise, the best would be a magnetic loop like an MLA30. That would be a possibility. You just set it up. I'm hearing it. It's better than last week. So we have spy number station from St. Petersburg, Russia, coming in. Not bad. Better than last week. Not as good as a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, where it was just amazing. But definitely better than last week. Last week I barely could hear it. So we have our number station here. Skidology, where I live, I don't have to worry about the wildfires affecting here either, but like you, I do get smoke that degrades the air quality. Tosselov, I want a gold antenna. You might not have it for very long. Good water here in Niagara. I'm down to 2-pack a day Air Abbott. It's last year was worse here in Montreal. Last year there was also a lot of forest fires. I'd say for air quality last year in Montreal was worse than this year. What else do we have? The H1AO, the higher the conductance the wire is, the lower is the loss. Attenuation. Jamal DX, nice to have you on board. Toasted alphabet, there are virtually no difference between a gold or aluminum antenna. There is slightly, but it would not, on our end, you know, with the equipment we have and what we listen to, we would not notice any difference. You would have to have specialized equipment to measure an actual difference. Talking of soldering iron, John Beckham, my Commodore 128 power supply gave up. And I was like, okay, what am I going to do? And I mean, the Commodore 128's power supply, the way it's made, it's relatively easy to, you know, pin down and fix. But I just looked at it and I was like, I'm not going to take the time to do that. So what I do, I actually found a guy that makes his own power supplies for old Commodore computers. So if you guys have an old Commodore 64, Commodore 128, VIC-20, and the power supply's dead, the guy makes power supplies, and for all of them. So I ordered from him a power supply. He sold it for 99 bucks. And so I bought a Commodore 128 power supply that he made. It's made very modern. It's very small. And so I'm supposed to have it by Wednesday. So I can't wait to put that up and see how well it works. So if you guys ever have a Commodore that needs a new power supply, just write to me. I'll send you the link to the guy. How's it getting better? Like WX50, the weatherman said we could get a front from the north to clear out the dust, but it would probably also bring the smoke. Brett Woolley, I'm about to invest in my first loop, and what is your best recommendation? I would recommend as a loop either loop antenna, either a K180 WLA or a GA490. These two loops are great. They're wide band, so you can go put a radio that even goes into the VHF range if you want. They come, the fun part is that they come with everything you need to put it up. You literally need nothing, even have the adapters to fit with your portable radios or any radio. So that's the fun thing about these two antennas. Now I'm recommending those way more than I'm recommending an MLA30 now, especially because of the fact that the MLA30, you have a chance of falling on a fake one or one that doesn't work well. So that really is my recommendation now. Yeah, gold wire is not very tough compared to copper or aluminum or definitely. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you on board from Smoky, West Michigan. Chuck Schreiber was at Costco this week and they had Halloween stuff out. Wow. So Brian Leisner, here's it. Blogger Die, yes. CW. Good signal. Perry says it's good here too. In Sherbrooke, pretty cool. Andrew DX, you're going to watch football. Take care, my friend. SWL signals. Hearing M12 on 17453. That's 8 signal in Florida. So, Russian spies, tune in now. Tosanov, I'm guessing even a superconductor wouldn't outperform any other metal for antennas. It would have to be in a very specific environment where you need that extra very low noise, completely crazy, weak signal that would make, ZY3WR, maybe your antenna position, make it more clear. No, it is the position itself. So the antenna, the way it is itself, is really in the same direction. It's just that in the end, where it was on the pole, the wooden pole, it's attached to the metal fence instead. So I don't think it changes much. In my case, it's really that propagation is better this week. Steve Burnham, hearing 17452 upper sideband. Scatology, CW is pretty weak inside for me. So ZY3WR is nothing on 17453. Brett Woolley, copy. Perry, the smoke is quite heavy here this afternoon. Yeah, there are parts of the province where it's really, really heavy. I know that there was a western part of Quebec that had a lot of smoke today. Here in Montreal, it's kind of okay. I mean, there is some, definitely, but it's not too bad. Kevin, Jill, just noticed your multimeter looks like a fluke. No, it's some kind of it's a weird brand multimeter that I have. It's not anything fancy. It's just the minimum required to do what I do, that I purchased on Amazon. I used to have another one. What's the brand? I'm trying to remember the brand. Darn, forgot. Gold Star. It came with when I followed my electronics course, I had a box with tons of things to build. And in it, there were also all the instruments I needed, including a Gold Star multimeter. And it actually kind of gave out at some point. It couldn't measure correctly. I don't know what was happening, but everything I would measure, it wouldn't give me I would put like the two wires in the wall socket, and instead of giving me 117 volts, it would give me all weird readings, 235, and sometimes it would jump to some, I don't know if it was the switch that has maybe something, or so I bought this one on Amazon for I think it was like $35, and they have some crazy modern, really sophisticated ones with oscilloscopes inside them. For like $100 that look really cool on Amazon. Old radios, I accidentally ripped the forks out of my Texas Instrument RF modulator. Oops. Art, Dodd, thank you. Nice to have you here, Art. K280C in New Jersey. That would make it difficult to have such an antenna made of gold. My listener K4AWLA definitely better than the MLA30. My WV610 passive is doing great too. Yeah. When I test, I had the the K480 or K180 WLA, K480 WLA. I had one, and it didn't. When I compared it exactly in the same spot, I could not see on shortwave a difference between the MLA30 and the K4 or the K480. They both were pretty much at par everywhere in my tests here on the same spot. What was the only defining difference was that it was a wideband antenna. Stephen Wright, coming in strong on the Orsync K480 portable radioactive loop antenna. Yeah, it's these transmissions are beamed to Europe, so in Europe they should be pretty strong. RJ Dakota says, I don't see a difference in the wire used for an antenna either myself. For shortwave, I would have to think about durability. Instead, copper or even aluminum would be best. Yeah, that is definitely what you choose first. I choose, what's tough when I'll put up an antenna, because I know that, in winter we might have an ice storm. We always do have at least one ice storm every year. And when you look at your antenna and it's wrapped in an inch of ice, it's got to be able to stand up and stay up and be okay with that. So I also will look at, the size and the type of wire for durability. How long will it stand the test of time? And now it just ended their transmission. The first antenna that I put up here, because when I got here, the first antenna I actually put up was we had a clothesline that was made of metal wire. So I didn't use a clothesline because I had a washer and dryer. So I used it as my first shortwave antenna. I simply clipped on it and used that as my shortwave antenna for probably the first 6 or 7 years I was living here. And one day the clothesline snapped and it was in the backyard, and I was not going to go up and put a new one in the pole in the middle of the and at the end of the yard and kill myself going up 40 feet. So I thought, okay, what I'm going to do next, and that's when I started putting up my own wires. And the funny thing is, the first wire I set up was very long. It was diagonal in my backyard. It went to, it was in west to east direction, and it was about 140 feet long to make the whole yard up to the other end. And I had chosen a very sturdy wire because I know that's very long and there's no support and it needs to, stay there. And it probably stayed up a good 10 years. I'm pretty sure that's what I was using when I started doing live shows, actually. And when it finally gave up, the insulation over the wire was red when I installed it. And when I actually looked at it in the backyard, because of the UV from the sun and also the weather, the red had gone. It was just plain white. All of it was plain white. There was no more red anywhere. Carolee, is Yakima having a red flag warning? You're watching something that we're not, or some of us are not. So John Beckham says 17453 receivable in Northeast Florida on his Suadon. Justin says, how long will it be before all holiday shopping will be in display 365 a year? Yeah, you know what? That could happen. I could see that happening. Brett Woolley, you make a special 550 paracord that has wires in the mix. Stole your word for making antennas. Old radios. It says an LG multimeter. So Gold Star is now the LG. Okay. I noticed that Gold Star as a brand was disappeared, but I didn't know it was like LG. So, anyways, that multimeter I had for I don't know how many years. Brian Leisner, SDR++, lets you adjust the CW tone. I'm not seeing that option at SDR Connect. 650 Hertz for my ears. Wow, it's loud. So the wildfire battle will not come to Yakima. Shortwave signals, hearing Russian channel marker D on 16331, S9 in Florida, and hearing another S weak in the background. Let me check that out. I'm going to go in 16331. Let's go there. So here it is. Here it is. No, I'm not hearing much on the frequencies. So just an instant, I hear somebody calling me. Won't be long. So, yeah, I'm not hearing, don't seem to be hearing any of them. Oh yeah, maybe here. I'm So I'm hearing this one, which is D. It's the letter D. The D channel marker in 16321.7 CW. I'm hearing the letter D. It's pretty much the only one that I seem to be hearing. So 16312, guys, in a minute for the next one. 16312. Yep, hearing it. So 16312, guys, for the Russian number station. Just hearing it now. Yeah, stranded is good also for force. It is technically more capable of more weight than just a single wire. Tosanov, I wonder if that CW is machine sent, not a decoder, could make heads or tails of it. Yeah, all of that is automated. All the coding and everything is definitely automated. Roger C. Nice to have you on board from Connecticut. Joe, nice to have you here from South Jersey. Brian Leesner has an LG laptop. Yeah, I've seen some. Joe says we had some showers going through, so things hopefully will be better Sunday. Brian Leesner, I have a huge peak on 16331. WX50, LG OLED TV. So 16312. Jim Gordon, the buzzer is really strong via the Dutch SDR on 4625. What's it like with you? Here it's too early to get the buzzer. On 4625, there's too much daylight left. I mean, the sun is going to set only in about 4 hours and a half time from now. So 3 hours and a half, sorry. So as we are receiving this, I will go and do my caregiving duties, guys. I have a little something to, and I'll bring my second beer at the same time. So I'm going to leave you with the soothing sounds of the Russian number station. Okay, here we are. So, number station from St. Petersburg, Russia, still going on. Not bad. Propagation is pretty good today. Brett Woolley has a copy. Weaken the noise. Also know if I have a grape soda going. I haven't had a grape soda in years. And I still remember, just talking about it, I still have that taste. I remember the taste. But, man, I don't know how long it's been. Kev Michael at 9 p.m. last night. I got News Talk 580 KMJ, Fresno, California, on 580 kilohertz on the Sony stereo. So pretty cool. Shortwave listener, M12 16312, very strong here in the Midwest. Jim Gordon, in the early mornings here in the UK, one can monitor via SDR or your own radio the programs of Pirate Dutch language stations on 1611 to 1700. Their music is really varied. Yeah, I need to tune. It's been a long time since I did it. I would go on a Kiwi SDR in Europe and just tune around and see what I would get on medium wave. And it's just amazing when the propagation is good on medium wave, all you get from the different countries and the different languages. It's such a huge difference than doing the same thing here in North America, where all you hear is a few Canadian stations, but mostly a lot of American stations, and unfortunately, a lot of American stations with crappy programs. Brian Leeser can see to 16312 on the waterfall. Dusseldorf, I have a new loop on the ground going, but it's only about 20 feet of wire, and definitely needs a preamp. So this is pretty good. Rick Myers, 16312, good in East Central Florida. Blogger Die says 16312 average. King and DX are mixing cran, grape juice, and seltzer in a glass with ice cubes. I often mix. I buy lime sparkling water, and what I often do is mix. Like I put a quarter of the glass of real juice, like cranberry juice or orange juice, whatever I have, and fill the rest with the sparkling water. Sheila, nice to have you on board from a rainy, smoky Belleville, Ontario. Shortwave listener, medium wave in the US could really use some better stations. Totally agree. Yep, that would be nice to have different programming than what we hear. I mean, listening to medium wave in the United States is enough to go crazy. Jim Gordon, still drinking my favorite Guinness. There's a Nigerian version that is almost twice as strong and expensive. Wow. I'm having my usual Labatt Blue Dry and 8.1. So propagation seems to be pretty good today. We're having all of that, those signals coming in. Not too bad for a very quick fix. I find that at least my antenna is giving me some interesting reception. It's good enough to do the show today. I was hoping that it would be good enough because I was like, oh God, if that radio doesn't work, it's going to be a little more difficult. If I 16312, I'm curious. I'll try it here. Yeah, I could hear. I could hear it on the magnetic loop, the GA490, but it's weaker than on my Yaesu with the end-fed antenna. That antenna is way better on that higher frequency. Blogger Eye, CFRX Toronto 6070, not bad this afternoon. So that's pretty good. I noticed it's propagation related probably, but I've noticed a much better reception of CFRX 6070 in the last couple of weeks than a long time here. Fred Waterer, in 1982, I worked in a convenience store. We sold cans of grape raisin pop. Raisin was merely French bilingual Canadian cans. I had a customer who was convinced the raisin juice made it better. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Raisin is the same. So it's a bilingual word. So there's going to be a last transmission in 7 minutes on 15836 if you guys want to try. 15836. And I'm going to try 14996 RWM here, see if I hear anything. Nothing much. Let me try 6070. See how it comes in. It's there, but it's in the noise here. 6070 is a tough one. I have to have really, really quiet conditions. You know what? I think there's a lot of more smoke from the forest fires up high in the clouds in the sky because it is extremely dark outside for 5:30 p.m. It's really getting very dark outside. It's crazy. I mean, even the lights on the streets have turned on because it's too dark. This is crazy. So obviously there's a lot of smoke, not on the ground because we can't really smell much of the fire, but high up in the clouds it seems that there's a lot because, man, it's really, really getting dark. This is so weird. Hey, Jet NG, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here. Tusselnoff, I have a big coil on an old 75 ohm coax. I was going to try as my loop on the ground. I'll just use the shield as a conductor. You know, that's the fun part of radio, experimenting with antennas and all sorts of things like that. It's always kind of cool to try those things and see what's, what happens, how it works. And when I was starting out with shortwave as a teenager, boy, did I experiment with so many things. You would have seen some of the contraptions that I made that were so bizarre. I had one which was I would try anything. I didn't know much about antennas, and so I remember I put a wooden pole. On top of it, I put a motor that I could control from my radio desk, and I would have a telescopic antenna, very long telescopic antenna on the motor, on the top of the motor, and would have a wire on it, and I would actually be able to press a button and rotate slowly the antenna from one side to the other. And I had that as a shortwave antenna, and I wanted to see if rotating a antenna is actually going to change anything. So it was kind of, I just heard my weather station. Oh, that's why my weather station says it's time. This is what's coming, guys, here. And my weather station just detected lightning. So we're having probably a thunderstorm. That's why it's so dark. And we do have an air quality warning, so forest fire. So anyways, it was just for fun, trying to, you know, trying to experiment with it. So guys, 15836 is the next one. 15835 upper sideband, and that is the next. So I remember I did that. I did so many things. I had wires in every possible way. I had my brother had given me a golf club that he didn't use anymore that whoa. It just started raining real hard. So I actually put the golf club in the ground to try to make a ground out of it. I tried all sorts of things. Right now, as a pirate activity, there was an UNID at 2025 on 6925, but it seems to be pretty quiet it's still early in terms of pirates right now. Kev Michael, yep. CHU is definitely gone. Jet NG, I heard WB WD 4540. Changing pattern at before they changed the pattern at 8:31 last night in Queens. Bit of water, Gilles, experimenting is how we learn. Absolutely. Toast and loaf. Maybe the rain will help with the smokes and yeah. It's raining real hard. You know, there's no wind. It's like, you know, when you see movies with tropical rains, it looks like that. It looks like a tropical rain falling. Kevin Michael says CBU Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada at 7:30 last night. Was mixed in with a Spanish station from Mexico. Kevin Michael wants some rain. And here we are. We hear pretty good signal from our number station coming out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Some blogger guy is hearing it. Jet NG says I used to have the Sony ICF Shortwave 7600 JR from 2021 to 2023. I lost it by getting taken away by accident. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Mine is on the on the table next to the bed. So when I go to bed, if I ever want to listen to shortwave a little bit, do some tuning around, it's the Sony that I have there that I will use to do that. So it's an okay radio. I mean, I'm not. When I compared it with the other radios, it's not up to par to like some of the Texans, but it's, you know, it's decent. The only thing missing would be a tuning knob, but it's okay. But Willie, strongest of the day from the Big Bear. WL signals, yep, hearing him 12, good in Florida, 18836. Kev Michael, 122.6 megahertz, airport comms from Honolulu International Airport on the Baofeng. That is one thing that I want to tune. I haven't tuned it yet. We have the Montreal airport here, but we have the St. Hubert Airport has been kind of rebranded and has now a lot more planes going to and coming from everywhere. So I haven't tuned the airband yet. I want to listen to the communications on that airport. See how, because now it much increased. Before, there were comms on the airport frequencies, but they weren't that often because it was a very small airport. Now it's actually kind of getting a much bigger, a lot of flights and a lot more flights. So I'm gonna check it out. Jet NG in September for my birthday. I am buying the Sanjian 909 X2 or the Radi Malahide DSP2. So cool. That's nice. 909 X2 is nice. There is one thing that I am afraid of those radios. The 909 X2 on mine hasn't yet done it, but this is the 909 X, not the X2. And this has now this wheel that you tune with is non-functional anymore. It just randomly goes anywhere. And even when I don't touch it, here I see that it actually tunes slowly. So it's like I had to I put it at off so that it doesn't do anything. And this is the problem that I'm afraid of with the X2. I hope they have made this wheel better, because I'm afraid that over time it might actually do the same thing again. So when I use the X now, the tuning wheel is off. All I do is I either punch in a frequency and use the up-down buttons to move around, because this tuning knob is completely useless now. So hopefully the radio, the X2 is better. Maybe they've made it stronger. Hopefully. Yeah, you could see BTT CFA. Nice to have you here. Says, yep, you could see the lightning strikes on my waterfall when they appear. Moses, did get a chance to look at the new Kodasan QPR001? Nope, I haven't. I need to. I purchased a new power supply for my Commodore 128, so that was $100. What I'm going to do is in the next purchase that I will do, I will be looking at maybe another radio that I'll be checking out. So Michael says Big Bear, California is great for DX. Grew up in LA. Got TVDX all the way to Las Vegas in the summer of 1980. JetNG, Sanjian may be bad for their 909X2. The volume may be low on SSB. It's low when the single sideband signal is very weak. If you have a signal that's strong enough, it is actually not bad. It will be of a decent level. But if you are tuning a SSB signal that is weak, it is definitely very low volume, unfortunately. Also love tuning encoder on my Malahide is acting up, but you can tune with the touch screen, so it's not too bad. Yeah, well, you know, I cope with that flaw by, you know, locking the encoder and punching in the frequencies directly on the keypad and using the up and down buttons if I want to move away. So it's Yeah, Michael says, I had the Sanjian 909X first edition. The digital went out. Wow. An animal last Wednesday in Toronto. The sky was orange, and the news said Toronto had the worst air quality of the city in the world. Yeah, here we had that a couple of days this week too. Very weird looking sky. Jet NG, Sony really needs to come back. Shortwave radios. Yeah, I don't think they will. BTT CFA says, just ordered the M-Lite 880. Really hope it's the start of a new standard for portables. I love being able to see around me. I hope that I can do more than 40 kilohertz on the display in the future. Yeah, the Etons now, oh man. I don't think we're never going to see that brand again. After the major flop of the Ethon HD radio, I mean, nobody's going to want a radio from them again. Microwave Mick, I made the rival Beijing. Tosanov, I'm going to try to replace the encoder sometime. I found the exact replacement. Kevin Michael says, I go to the Texan PL990 for SSB, getting good SSB on 17946 with airport communications. I like if I go on, you know, a single sideband a lot. I like to have a radio like the Texans, well, like even the Texan PL520 or 330. The fact that you can, you know, calibrate the frequency makes these radios absolutely superb and listening to single sideband. And if I want to tune around and have a lot of fun, I do like tuning around with they are fun. You know what? I was last week I was using the H51X, which is a lot of fun tuning around. No, there's no muting. PL990, same thing. But my go-to radio, if I would really want to tune around a lot, a full day, for example, with a portable, the S2200X would be probably my go-to radio. It's fun. It's big radio, has loud, strong audio. So it's really, really good for that. These are great radios. Jet NG says, I have a Sony ICF P26 AM FM radio. Heard WB, WD 540 change pattern at sunset last night. Kev Michael, I miss Sony and Hitachi Shortwave, even JVC was good. Panasonics, I had a Panasonic RF 2800 for a while, which I sold, which I should never have sold. I kind of enjoyed that one. I do have the Panasonic RFB300 here, which is not that great of a radio, but you know, it's nostalgia in my case. I mean, I had one when I was younger, so I purchased it off of eBay because I kind of wanted one again, you know. One place that I need to look more is Facebook Marketplace here in Montreal. I've noticed that when I put shortwave, there's quite a few people selling shortwave radios, old shortwave radios that they have. Kevin Michael has a Panasonic RF31. Mine WX50, I have a Panasonic RF4900 for nostalgia's sake. Yeah. I mean, they are sexy and beautiful. I mean, these radios, the RF4900, I would love to have one of those, I can tell you that. It's beautiful radios. And, you know, I kind of like the fact that you're tuning with an old radio also. There's something about it that's, you know, when I fire up here that Westinghouse International, part of it is tuning around with it, but part of it is knowing that this thing is from 1950, 1949, 1950, around there, and it works, and it's tuning, and it has tubes, and I mean, I'm listening to the radio with that is just, there's some kind of magic that is difficult to describe because I think only us geeks can understand that. You know, you turn on an old, tube radio, and the feel you have, it's like, wow, I'm tuning around with this old radio, and this is so cool. It's just amazing. What mostly is, we come from an era of big radios. I mean, let's face it, all of us that's been in the hobby for a long time. So here's the end of the message. It was a pretty long message. Pretty amazing. We come from. I'm gonna put this into checkout on 11785, and we'll see if Voice of Turkey signs on at 2200 on 7 minutes from now. So we come from an era of big radios. I mean, when anyone been in a hobby for a long time, we are used to having big portables and big desktops. And one of the things that is interesting is, yeah, a PL like the PL 520 or PL 330 are great little radios, but there's something about it's small. It's a small little thing, and it's fun for travel. But there's something about, give me a PL 330 and a, big radio with powerful audio, and, it'd be fun. But I guess the S2200X, it's kind of that, even better. But, there's something about all of these things that are so small today, and you're like, wow, these radios are so tiny. Jet NG JVC had 3090 CQM in Europe boombox with multiband TV radio plus shortwave, longwave, no SSB. Yeah, usually the boomboxes had shortwave, but none of the boomboxes would have single sideband. They were made to be used as, listening to international broadcasts, basically. My friend that has is Hitachi boombox. I remember when I was alone at the shack up north in La Concepcion, I would tune on shortwave with it all night. And I mean, I don't know how many times I was alone and listened to the DX body line from ACJB on that boombox and things like that. He didn't know what shortwave was. I was the only one. So when I would, talk to him, I said, oh, I listened to Ecuador, and then I listened to Radio Moscow, and I listened to this and that on your boombox. He was like, what? You can get that on my radio? It's like, yeah, you got shortwave. And it's actually very decent on shortwave. And I mean, it was just a telescopic antenna off the radio, nothing more. But yeah, that was fun. RJ Dakota, Panasonics were my go-to product. I used to have the RF 2200 and 2800, and even a small radio called the RF 085. So yeah, Panasonic has always been for me a good brand. When I would purchase stuff, I would always buy Panasonic if they had it in Panasonic. I remember, every time. I remember when I had when I bought my first microwave here when I got here, Panasonic, and man, it lasted almost 20 years. I replaced it with another Panasonic because everybody was telling me their microwaves would just give out after 5 years of use. And mine was like, oh, no, mine lasted 20 years. So it's like, no, I'm going to buy another Panasonic. I was very happy with the first one. I will continue with a Panasonic. And so I still have a Panasonic now, which is maybe 5 or 6 years old now. And we're still working great. Old radio is a Sony one with the cassette deck. RJ Dakota, Sanyo and Toshiba used to have a few different shortwave boomboxes. Yep. Shortwave listener, love the old tube radios. Agree, especially the smell. Yeah, that's definite. Yeah, you turn that thing on, and I mean, you get in the room, and you smell the smell of the tubes warming up that dust, which probably isn't that good for us, but hey, we're used to it. SWL Signals says I was able to purchase a brand new Yaesu FRG 100 still in the box, wrapped in sealed plastic, manual and plastic reference card. Facebook Marketplace for 150. Could not believe it. Well, I was looking at the radios on Facebook Marketplace, and I noticed that apart from a few, the prices were rather decent most of the time. I mean, one guy had a Halicrafters. He said it worked. It was good, in good working order, and he was asking $50 for it. And it was like, I would, I would pay $50 to have a Halicrafters tube radio that works well. That's decent. You go to eBay and the same thing is like, oh, yeah. The first thing it says is not tested, which equals it doesn't work. And then it's like, oh, I'm asking $450 for it. It's it's one of those vintage classic. Yeah. Go to hell. Marvin Mott's old radios do more with less. Kevin Michael says, I agree 100%. Like big radios. Like WX50, I like big radios. Cannot lie. we should rewrite that song. Jet NG also like old CRT mini TV, FM, AM, shortwave, longwave boomboxes. There's this guy Adrian's Digital Basement. I kind of like that he's a geek, and I kind of like that the fact that he, like, one of his videos, he just like found a old white black and white TV in the trash, a CRT TV, and the first thing he does is, oh, look at that TV in the trash, let's bring that home and see if we can have it working again. And he puts it on his bench and he does all the things to try to fix it and make it work again. And I kind of like that. Brett Woolley, yes, that is why I have 6 Zenith Transoceanics. Wow. Kevin, Jill, do you think the Macintosh 7200 is worth the 9,500 US? Such an awesome looking AM FM receiver. Yeah, I'm not sure I would pay that amount of money, but man, it's pretty crazy. Let's me see. I'll take a picture. Macintosh. Macintosh 7200 AM FM. Yeah, they are kind of sexy. There's a MA 12,000 for 25,000 if you want. It's actually brand new. Free shipping. That's a bargain. 25,000 and wow, free shipping. I hope. And they are crazy. I have a friend of mine that is in that type of thing where he spent something like $15,000 on his hi-fi equipment to listen to music. And we have a lot of disagreements on a lot of things because, I have my take and he has his take, but it's the tube versus transistor war on audio. But hey, it's his passion and it's what he likes. It's fine. I personally would not buy something like that, even if I had millions, because I don't, for me, I don't know, I'm already half deaf from listening to loud music all my life, so I probably would not even notice the difference, anyways. First of all, because my ears are just, you know, tired. I was at a bar this week and somebody was talking to me and I asked him to repeat all the time. And I said, I'm really sorry if I'm asking you to repeat, but I am somewhat deaf and you'll need to talk louder for me to understand you and this environment with other people around. And so sometimes I'll say it because, I know people get annoyed. Uh, Skinology, a week or two ago or something like that, our Radio Nacional Amazonas forgot to turn off their transmitter on 117880, and they were supposed to, and it was able to last until the night. Oh, wow. Maybe their automation was, or they, I don't know, maybe they fixed something, or finally they decided that, yep. RJ Dakota says you could do a workout with the RF 2800. Nice big heavy radio with those batteries. Oh God, yeah. I imagine I had the DX302, Radio Shack DX302, and that radio could work on 8D batteries. And so I remember one time with going up north with my father, and I was curious as to how it would work in a car. And my father rigged a wire that was rolled around the antenna, because back then the cars had a real antenna on their in the front of the car. So you just roll the antenna up to the top. The piece of wire as an antenna up to the top of the antenna, and made sure that it was stuck right. And brought it in, and I took the Radio Shack DX302, and back then you didn't need a seatbelt, sitting in a car in the back. So I could just, enjoy listening to the radio. I actually was something we would not see today, lying down on the back seat of the car without a seatbelt and tuning around shortwave on my Radio Shack DX302. Imagine that today. That's called, you're going to be getting a ticket. JetNG, Sony's new 8K stereo receivers might have some thing radio with that. Brett Woolley, tube to transistor. Kevin Michael, my boomboxes have medium wave and FM only. I did have the JVC with shortwave in the 80s. DJ Craze, I had a small boombox with shortwave back in 84 or WRNO when it was still rock. Came in so strong and audio was actually good. In my QSL report, I told them it almost sounded like FM. I can imagine. Rock of the World, WRNO on a boombox probably sounded great. JetNG, I was watching videos on the Ethon Elite Satellite HD yesterday and it had flaws. My WX50 still have my Panasonic microwave after about 15 years of use. Brett Woolley, I still have a Panasonic vacuum cleaner that is 25 years old. Well, I have my vacuum cleaner is my vacuum killer. My vacuum cleaner is a Panasonic, and it's about 20 years old. RJ Dakota, Super Rock KYOY, and Superpower KUSW was a favorite on those boom boxes, especially if I spent weeks in the country where I couldn't find a local station. There, when we would go up to La Concepcion, we were surrounded by mountains, and we were kind of in a valley. We were kind of deep down and near a lake. So if you tuned FM, there was nothing at all, and which would have been great if I had known back in the day about FMDXing. I didn't know a thing about FMDXing back in the day, because that would have been the best place for FMDXing. There's no station anywhere. So, of course, when there's an opening, now you hear stations. So, of course, I remember back in the day what we would do. We would listen to the Montreal Expos game on 730 CKAC. So that would come in there because AM is different than FM. So the ground wave was strong enough to make it all the way to there, and we could listen to the baseball games, which was amazing. And but apart from that, I mean, the only thing we hear is shortwave or just bring our own cassette tapes and play music. One day, while playing around with the antenna and fiddling like with a wire, I actually found that we had the capability of listening to one station, and it was a rock station coming out of Ottawa. And so one day when one of my friends was there, says, "That's sad we don't hear any FM stations with music." I said, "There's a rock station I can put on if you want." He said, "Really?" "Yeah, give me a minute." And I take out the wire, put it in a certain way, and then, okay, we don't touch anything. We're getting that rock station from Ottawa. Um, DJ Craze, that's mainly adheres to tubes that were in Smoker's house. That was partly the tar buildup you might have been smelling. Not good for you. Not quite secondhand smoke. Yeah, there's, when I was fixing computers, the computers that had the most crap in them were always in houses where people smoked. I probably cleaned up, um, you know, tons of computers because they would shut down because they were overheating. And immediately I'd open them and see the processor, and it's like, oh, look at that yellow, disgusting goo on it. That's in a smoker's house. That's for sure. Someone's smoking here. And you had to clean it up. And you just clean it up, clean up the power supply, clean up everywhere where the air is flowing, and then it would be fine. But even if you didn't tell me, I could tell you if a computer was in a home with a smoker. It was easy to see just opening the computer. Craig Martinetti says, I can't remember the exact model, but I had a Panasonic 6-band receiver and a Zenith transoceanic radio. I still am trying to find that multi-band radio that my father purchased from Consumer Distributing in 1979, 1980. I would so love to see a picture that I can relate to and say, oh, that is the radio. And I haven't been able to find. It was one of those multi-band radios that had that top that opened with a world map. And so I don't remember anything about it. We don't have pictures of it. You know, back that's the sad thing about the revolution in technology. Man, I would have loved if in the 1970s or 80s taking pictures was as easy as today. Back in the day, it wasn't because people didn't want to pay. You know, you take pictures carefully because you had to pay to have the pictures developed. And so people weren't taking as many pictures. You know, they would wait until Christmas or special events, and that's it. You know, today we take pictures of everything. I mean, you know, you see a crack in the sidewalk, you take a picture of it. It's like, you know, you just don't care. You can take a million pictures. And I wish that would have been the thing back then, because I would have loved to see the radios. There's a picture that I have of a of a radio. I'm gonna try to show you guys something here. If I can find it. If I can find it. Let me go and check out if I can quickly find a picture. So that's the thing with Facebook. You can't really, and I don't remember when I posted that. I have a picture. If I could find it. If I put it there, I must have scanned it somewhere in my computer, I would guess. Let me just see if I can find it quickly. Oh, here it is. Look at that, guys. And you're going to see a very young me. Be prepared to what you're going to see. That is me. And this picture is from what I see, 1990-ish. So, and you're going to see that was my shack back in the day, 1990. So here we go. Go here. Picture, surprise, surprise. That's me at 21 years old ish. So look up here. Look at the Panasonic right there. That was the RF 2800, I believe. Look at that. It was there. And look at that RFB 300 that I purchased, a new one. I had this Sony boombox here with double cassette deck. Look at all these envelopes for international mail, because I was sending tons of reports. The TRC 432 CB that I still have. My good old DX100 that I still have. Look at that. My proud Kenwood R5000. On this picture, the Kenwood R5000 is probably, I would say, a couple of months old. This is the Pro 2022 scanner. And look at that, all the stickers that I had here. This part, you see now that these were made. My father actually put this up so I could put my radios. But this part here you see in the metal, this was a part of the big tube World War II receiver that I talked to you guys. When the receiver was thrown away, I kept this and made a rail so I could actually have the drawer, because this opens up. You can put stuff inside. Look at that on top of it here. Let's go here. So this is the confidential frequency list. And this is a popular communications or something, I would guess, or a monitoring times. I would have to match the cover here to actually see which month. And you see all over the place, like Radio Netherlands sticker here. There's quite a few stickers under here. Man, this is crazy. Look at that here. The data set for the Commodore computer is right here, because my computer was like here. I had a Commodore computer right here. And boy, this is amazing. Just seeing this, and you guys see. Look at that portable scanner, 10-channel scanner. I don't remember exactly the model. And this looks like a passport to world band radio, maybe. This is the, look at the hand here. This, I think, is the Bill Cheek book for modifying scanners. I had of course, I always had a globe. I always liked to look at the globe when I was listening to shortwave. So I even had this little bottle. If you guys don't know what that is, there's like a little sponge at the end. I would send so many letters, then instead of licking the envelopes, I now had a bottle to put the water on the envelopes so I could close them. So, man, this was a calendar from a station. I would guess, I don't know what station, but probably from a station, shortwave station. So kind of cool. This in the back here, if you wonder, this is a fan. And the reason I had a fan is that we didn't have air conditioning. And anyone that has a Kenwood R5000 will tell you that while it's running really hot. So what I would do is, in extensive listening, especially in the summertime, I'd have this fan blow over the Kenwood to cool it down, because I thought it was not a good idea that a radio came so hot. So hope you enjoyed watching the 21-year-old me in here on this picture. That is, wow. That brings back a lot of memories. So, yeah. Jet NG, what beer are you drinking tonight? Still the Labatt Blue Dry, 8.1%. Old radios, don't miss your chance on owning a piece of broadcasting history. Dustin Love, when I was a teen, I had a little 5 or 6 transistor AM pocket radio with about the same size as a PL330. Craig Martinetti, great memories, HCJB, the voice of the Andes. Yep. All radios. The one Ethon radio I got was a broken DJ Chris. I was an engineer in radio. I am a piece of broadcasting history. I am a piece of broadcasting history. So I bet you got tons of stories and things that you could tell. You know, that could be fun if some of you have some background in radio and somewhat, and would like to maybe join in one of the live shows. We could put you up like you, DJ Crazy, if you would like to. We could arrange that, you know, maybe in the next show or something. You come up and we actually meet up with Zoom, and you could talk about, you know, give us stories, talk about the radio landscape and how you went through all of it. It could be a lot of fun. I never thought of that, but some of you might have some really cool things that you could share, and we could have this on the live show easily. Mike WX50, Macintosh are nice stereos, but I'm not spending $9,500 for one. Yep, me neither. Jet NG says, I heard a ham conversation say he had a strong signal into the Europe and Asia on the PL330 last year. Oh yeah, audiophiles are definitely a league of their own. I can tell you that. My friend is no exception. It's like they're in their little world. And I guess, you know what? We must be in our little world to people like that too. I mean, let's face it. We, you know, do radio. We do something that not a lot of people do. Um, it's I guess it's something. I had a when I purchased. Actually, I was looking at my credit file a couple of weeks ago, and my credit file opened up in 1989, and it's written that my first inscription of something that I actually had a had to pay to had to pay for opened my credit file in 1989, and I know what it is. In April of 1989, I purchased my first stereo. I wanted to have my own real good stereo with CD player and all of that. So I went to a place that had electronic stuff, like all of these stereo stuff, and I went there and I was like, okay, I paid something like $1,500 for it in 1989, which is a fair amount of money. And it came with so it was the amplifier with AM/FM radio, turntable, CD player, and there were no cassette decks. I purchased a cassette deck extra later on. Cassettes were not that important for me because I was a vinyl guy. I wanted the turntable was important. I think actually it was a choice. I think I had the choice between for the price is okay, you got a turntable or the cassette deck. Which one do you want? It was like a choice when I purchased it. And I said definitely a turntable. And so that was my first credit because I said, okay, now I don't have, I didn't have at that time the money to pay it cash. But the guy said, well, we can try credit if you want. And I had never had anything, a credit card, anything at the time. So I told him, I said, well, I never had credit, so I don't know what's going to happen. He says, let's try it. This is the only way you're going to know if yes or no is we'll try it. So we filled up the paperwork. And back then, it was not like today. Today, in like 2 minutes, if everything's okay. Back then, they would call you back the next day. So filled it up. He sent it, like, I think he sent it in with a fax or something. And the next day I got a call while I was working. Yep, it's been approved and you can come and pick up your stereo tonight if you want. And I remember I was at work jumping up and down like, oh yes, I'm going to have, and it was like, I don't know, $89 a month for, I don't remember, like, 15 months or something, and or more than that. But it's like I was so happy, and actually that was the first thing that built my credit because I had purchased something and paid correctly throughout. And that was my first, and for me, that $1,500 sound stereo system was great. I didn't need anything else. I was like, this is great. It sounds great. I'm okay with this. Jet NG, it's on satellite HD, terrible. Had only medium wave coil and ferrite, and bugs. Yeah, it was freezing on the HD signals and stuff. Doesn't know if the gold antenna would work great on that $10,000 radio. Let's go down here. Yeah. RJ Dakota, QSL from WRNO. Yeah, I have two QSLs from WRNO. At least two. I have one, the first one I remember, Rock of the World. The other one was about, I think it was about their football team or something. DJ Craze misses TVDX. Yeah, I like that too. That was really, really Rich McVicker, that was the host of DX Party Line on HCJB, is a TVDXer. And from what I've heard, he's actually been successful at getting some HDTV DX, apparently. Blogger Die, I grew up with KAAY, Little Rock, Arkansas. DJ Craze, have a WR No QSL card also. Yeah, that's the one I have. New Orleans Saints logo. That's exactly what I have. So yeah, that's the one I have also. Close enough. Yeah, they're very low powered though. There's a couple of Canadian TV stations still analog, but they're very low powered. Jet NG says there were issues with some SR3 receivers that had the radio stop working if it were RCA. My Super Radio 3 that I have here is a piece of crap. Honestly, I purchased it because it had such a good, like, their Super Radios had good reputation. And at Canadian Tires, they had a sale. One day I got there, the Super Radio 3 was there in a box, and they taped over it I think it was an Ethon little portable, red portable that's would, as was a little analog shortwave radio. And so I thought, okay, $69.99 for Super Radio 3 and that little, portable Ethon radio. Cool, I got a deal here. And so I brought it home, and man, it's sitting there doing nothing for the last years. I should clean it up because it's like a big mess of dust. But honestly, I found that radio to be a piece of crap. Total piece of crap. The display was off by so much, I actually put little stickers on the display because it was like, no, this is off by so much. I'll put stickers to say where. What I would do, I had a little transmitter that would, was very precise and would do a tone. So I put out like, okay, we'll do a tone on 550, and we'll do a tone on 650 and 750, and I'll put a little sticker on the radio to, like, okay, this is where we are when we're tuning, not what this radio is telling me. WF79 Homebrew, nice to have you on board. And did I miss out on David in Barcelona? Yeah, sticky traps. Oh, I got one here, which is a, wasn't that far. I got a European one here. I've got this Bush radio. This is it had a hard life from what I see, but it's an AM long wave radio. Bush. I need to open it up because the battery's leaked inside. And I want to clean it up. It still works. But look here, the dent here. That's not me. When I got it, it was already like that. We could see that it had a very tough life. But it actually worked. The first time that I got this for like $3, I could hear non-directional beacons on long wave on it. And I need to clean it up. It'd be fun to make some videos of listening to medium wave on this thing. I really definitely need to clean this up. That I got at a church downtown where there was a flea market every Thursday, and that old lady, I talked about that for a while for some of you, that there was this old lady selling these radios like $2, $3, $4. And so she was my radio pusher. She would sell me these old radios. Actually, I think when I started buying the radios, I think she actually made an effort to even get more radios because she knew that I would buy them. So nice to have you here, David from Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Bert, greetings from 35,000 feet on Delta Wi-Fi. Wow. Finished a trip where I did some summits on the air activation from 14,115 feet. Man, signals were strong on 20 meters from there. Cool. Mount Lemmon in Arizona. Wow, that sounds great. Old radios, I still use film cameras for special things, but I use my phone for quick everyday snapshots. DJ Craze, however, when TV was still NTSC, I had some awesome DX. Yeah, my first encounter with DX on TV, DJ Craze, was we had an old, I was a real geek bizarre guy. Who does that when he's a teenager? We had an old black and white TV that was not used. And what I would do is I would set it up in the kitchen. And one of the things I would fun with is trying to get as many faraway stations as possible on it. So one day I did that a million times, and it was always the same thing. The local stations, CJOH TV in Ottawa, in Cornwall on Channel 8. I would have, I don't know, the CBC French in Radio Canada from Sherbrooke on, I think it was Channel 9, something like that, and so on. I would get, WCAX CBS station on Channel 3, WPTZ Channel 5 in Burlington, Vermont, and Plattsburgh, New York, I think. Channel 22, which was, and Channel 33, which was a PBS one with, Sesame Street or whatever. But one day I turned it on and I noticed that on Channel 4, where I never got anything, there's a pretty good video. It's in English, and it was Jeopardy playing. And I'm like, what the hell's that? And so it's like I would stay there and watch. And of course it would fade out, fade in, fade out. There was even a second station that sometimes would fade in, which was I could see was different from. And I was like, what the hell's happening? I didn't know anything about Sportic E and TVDXing at the time. It was totally by accident. I remember calling one of my friends that also did the same with his TV. He had a color TV in his bedroom. And I said, go on Channel 4. There's something weird. And he went on Channel 4, and you could also see there was something playing. And he was like, what's that? I don't know. And I remember we stayed on the phone like for hours watching it. And of course, the fade out would always be at the half hour or hour when they're IDing what station it is, until finally I got an ID after about 2 hours of watching. And it was from Dothan, Alabama. And it was Channel 4, Dothan, Alabama. And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm receiving a station from Alabama? It's like I couldn't believe it. And that got me hooked. And then later on, I learned about TVDXing and all of that. But, God. David says, yep, digital cameras and SDRs, the modern tech that would have been incredibly useful in the 60s and 70s. Exactly. Kevin Michael, I want a classic multiband radio from the 60s, 70s. Does anyone remember PL and PB? There's a public band and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, channel 2 to 6 were really the spot most of the time. Steelic, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here. By the way, if you like what I do, don't forget, you can give me some a little something through the super chat here. It would definitely help me a lot. It is something that has been helpful in the last year or so, and 2 years even. Thank you for your donations. Looking out, maybe somebody never donated. How about it? Also, the food fund, because I don't know yet what I'm going to eat. and cat treats for Paul. Of course, you can give out through PayPal. It is really appreciated. And if you like what I do here, you're here all the time. This is your entertainment. This is your kick of the week where it is, it would be sad that it wouldn't be here. You would miss it. How about a little something, guys? Really, really helps a lot. And thanks for your support. So, look at that young man, says old radios. David says, "Oh, Angela, I do recognize quite a bit of gear you still have, indeed." Ken Michael, wow. I did a back when I was a kid. My parents truly hated when things happened to local TV. Sometimes our local channel 2 was actually interfered with. Channel from 2 from Indiana and 3 from Arizona. Yeah, it's sad. I would like to know what the calendar, where it was from. It could have been China, but I don't know. RJ Dakota used to also pick up in 8 from Carbondale, Illinois, 12 from Missouri or Montana. Sorry. Yeah, the Kenwood R5000. Our dad says great pick. AJ Craze. Fun thing about KOTV, as they are Central Time Zone and I'm Eastern, but yet they were still showing the soap operas a whole half hour earlier than we had here. Mike WX50, great to travel back in time via that photo. Yep. Tough enough. It's a nice little shack. And I was actually next to the patio door. So I could, easily, that my antennas would go out through the patio door with a thin wire. CJ Oceans, man, don't you miss all those old home computing magazines? Want a new game? Type it in and save it to cassette. Yeah, I would buy I was a Commodore guy, so I would buy the Computes Gazette and punch in those Commodore games and programs. And until then, until I became a bad guy, I started calling bulletin boards BBSs, and there I actually found a BBS that you could pay. I think it was something like $10 a month, and you could download an enormous amount of pirated games for Commodore. I could have almost anything. And so I actually had to have my own phone line because my mom was always going crazy that the phone was always occupied. Nobody could call. So one day I said, okay, we're going to fix that. I'm going to get my own phone line with my own phone number like that. You know what? I'll do what I want. And if my computer's 24 hours on the phone, nobody cares. And so that's what I did. And then I thought about, well, I could have this repaid back to me. How about telling a couple of really good friends that, I trust? Oh, if you want any Commodore games, I can have them for you. $5 a disc. So it was like, if the game was just one disc, it was $5. But some games were, 3 or 4 discs. It's like 3 or 4 floppies. And I was like, well, it's $5 per floppy. And but it was still a lot less expensive than buying them at the store. And I would actually include the floppy. So it's like, I give you the floppy. You don't have to give me a floppy. For $5, I will actually give you the floppy also. So I started with 3 or 4 friends. And, people can't keep things to themselves. So in high school, at some point, I even had a teacher come to me and say, Christmas coming soon. My son likes these 4 games. And I mean, they're like $60 each at the stores. I heard that maybe you can arrange that I have those for, and I was like, yeah, that's $5 a disc. So I said, fine, if you can have them for me. And so, and I would give a warranty with it. It was like, if the game doesn't work well, I'll give you the money back. And there is also if you accidentally erase the disc, if you purchase the disc from me, the game from me, I will give you a new copy free of charge because you purchased it from me. So I became a little pirate there. Made a little bit of money, paid for the phone line, and paid for the radios, and paid for everything I wanted to do. Oh, man. Old radios. This was the hearing cell phones. Oh, yeah, that Pro 22 was actually modified. Was actually modified to receive cell phones in the day. Jet and G, do you drink Erdinger? I've never had that. Keegan the extra cool pig shell. Bruce says I've also always had globes in the shack. Toslov, I bet flat earthers ate globes. DJ Craze, I shouldn't cry too much about not being able to DX TV now. Gabriel says, wow, the Radio Sweden International logo. Oh, the memories. WFSI over, you definitely did a lot of QSLing. Oh, yeah. Kevin Michael, I had a passport to World Band Radio and World Radio TV Handbook. Kevin Michael, this is cool. Toasting Love Time Machine. Yep. Skidology, I recently got into going through IPTV channels from the free legal IPTV or GitHub repository. But it's still cool. It's still cool. Bert says you've shown the pig before. Oh, I don't remember if I had showed it before. Always fun to go through the memories. Yep. SOL signals had the Ferals confidential frequency list too. Yeah. Robert Varner, who took the photo of you back then? I would say that photo probably has been taken. I do not remember at all. But if I had to pick who took the photo, I would say that must be a photo taken by my mother. My mom probably took the picture. Kevin Michael, HGB was the best. The party line, the X party line, yep. Justin Love, I swear those old pocket radios worked as well as my PL330 on medium wave, just no SSB. RJ Dakota, I still have a poster from Radio Australia with a calendar which reads vertically rather than horizontally. Interesting format. Shortwave signals, bought it from a local amateur electronic supply, no longer around. DJ Chris, I have to find my face shield so I can look like my avatar. Oh, man. Lagadai, I have my 1981 Radio Peking calendar up. Yeah, the matches this year, so it's pretty cool. Danielson, Hazel, and hi, everyone. It's so good you showing that picture of a young you. And as they say, a picture can tell 1,000 stories. Yep. Yep. That definitely is... Chris, did a young Mr. Paul take that photo? The story of that year, and I think it's pretty much in the same year also, is that I rescued a cat which was orange like Paul. And I'm pretty sure if it's not that year, it's like the year before, the year after, but it was in that time period. And I brought it home and took care of it. He was meowing all the time because he wanted to go outside, and I didn't want the cat to go outside really, but obviously that cat, it was normal for him to go outside all the time. So I after maybe 4 days of just not sleeping, I thought, okay, if you want to go out, go out. And I opened the door and I never saw him again. So that was end of story after 4 days. I was like, where's the cat? I looked for him. I searched, never saw him again. So it's like, okay. It got lost or got stolen. You got something happened. I don't know. So it was just 4 days. I didn't have time to really get enough acquaintance to really be that sad. But it was like, okay, no cat. Gino, I like Gino saying, wow, that's historic. Old radios, the rack stereos with the glass. That's exactly what I had. The stereos, it came with that little, um, that little thing where you put the all of it in, glass door in the front, glass on the top, where you would open it up so you can actually put the records. Yep, old radios, no cassette. No, it was an extra, and I didn't want to kind of spend too much. So I thought cassettes are not super important for me. I'll come back and buy a cassette deck somewhere. And I ended up buying a cassette deck maybe a year later. I went downtown and I bought a cassette deck to make some mixtapes. The cassette deck only did that for me. It was like, because I didn't buy cassettes. So the only reason a cassette deck would be useful, take my vinyls, make mixtapes so that I put on my Walkman. So when I go to work, I had something to listen to. For me, that stereo and the album Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses go together. If I see the cover of Appetite for Destruction, I immediately go into, oh yeah, when I purchased my first stereo. It just goes hand in hand. It's crazy. Atari 6200, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael, radio picking was good to have QSL cards from the 80s. Yeah, the radio Peking and then radio Beijing were good for really nice calendars in the 80s. It was just great. Old radios. Stinking not so super radio 3. Yeah, it was crazy. Spell 5011. Scott from Nova Scotia here. Just want to mention something. Anyone tried using AI while browsing Shortwave? It can ID station and then translate broadcast live. It's kind of cool. Skidology, yep. 11785 didn't sign on again. Starting to think they don't sign on during the weekends anymore. Yeah, I don't think it's that. They have this really bad habit of not going on randomly. And so now it's stuck on weekends. Hi, J Dakota. That's why I used to like the log scale on older radios. Nothing ever was completely accurate, so I would always place a small pen mark where a station was. Mark says radio pusher. DJ Craze, I've had long wave on one of my radios before, but never got more than beacons. I was told when I was younger that I could hear Europe on it late at night, never did. Yeah, you got to be in very specific areas for that to happen. Preferably live along the Atlantic coast, and often people that do so do have good antennas also. It was possible, but it depends where you lived. If you were far from the Atlantic Ocean coast, it was almost impossible unless you had really, really fancy antennas. All right, Dad, take care. 73. Always nice to have you on from New Jersey. Cool, David. Nice to have you here. Nice to know that everything's going well. Jose says eBay has old vintage Russian radios and Europeans too. For to choose, TV must be the same as radio. You probably had good propagation that day. Oh yeah, absolutely. It was it was a summer. It was a hot summer day. There was some sporadic heat kept happening. That same thing that makes the, the TV, the CB channels come alive in the summer. DJ Craze, I used to get many of the Vermont stations. In fact, most of southern New England and New York City, Albany, were local, especially at night. Jet NG, cable in Canada and the States. Oh yeah, people that people are of moving away from cable. Definitely. I mean, the internet has so many things. If you're a little adventurous and know what you do, you can find a lot of stuff online. And plus, with all this the network stuff, all the Netflix and whatever, man, you get to a point where you're like, there's so much stuff without having cable. I have cable because of my caregiving duties. RWM Moscow is coming in on 9996 with time pips. Let's see if we hear it here too. Yeah, it's weaker, but it's there. So the time pips from RWM Moscow time signal coming in on 9996 CW. If you want it in sideband, use 9997 lower sideband. It will actually keep you away from WWV. Jet NG, do you drink any German beers? I had some in the past. I can't remember the names of them, but I had quite a few German beers in the past. I had quite a few beers from the Netherlands, from the UK, in the past. I would need to diversify my beers. It's like I'm taking the easy way out now. Is I just go to the store that's not far from me, and DJ Craze, I think I had about 62 local channels without cable. No one in school would believe me. I could never talk with people about that they watched on cable, and I could never talk about out-of-state channels. Yeah. Sheila, we get CGOH TV on a repeater located down the road in Disaronto on Channel 6 in Belleville. Oh, wow. Tim Michael, I drove my dad crazy when DX would come in when he was watching the game. I I I I um would do the TVDX thing, and my mom would always say, "You're gonna break the TV." DJ Craze, you had to pay to use a BBS. They had bootlegger BBS in my era free, never lasted long. Yeah, no, but there's a reason why I paid. Is that yes, there were other places that when you became good friends with the sysop, you would have access to stuff. But that was a secret BBS that no one knew about, pretty much, except very specific people. And I mean, it was worth the money because he had everything and he had all the new games as they were out all the time. So it definitely was. And I remember we were using a funky program to get a disk image. I don't remember what it was called, but I remember the disk image would come in 4 parts. Then you would run that program and put the disk with part 1, part 2, and part 3, and part 4 and swap the disks. And it would recreate the original disk on a floppy of the game. It was a very weird system, but that's how it worked for the Commodore 64. And so I didn't mind paying because, anyways, I was making money in school selling copies. So I was like, yeah, it's okay. I'm paying my phone line and I'm paying for the BBS and I'm actually having extra money. So at that price, a lot of people, and people were babbling about it. I was always telling everybody, shut up, because this is illegal. And if I could really get in big trouble by doing this. So, just like shut up. But people can't shut up. There's always one that blabs to somebody else. So I would get people I didn't even know saying, apparently you have games for $5 a disc. Who the hell told you that? It's like I'm not comfortable having people I don't know. JetNG, I have one beer store called Beer Town in my area where they sell beers as well as sodas. Mark, yeah, floppy disk bootlegger. Yeah, I did tell this story, Eschatology. Hey, take care, Kevin Michael. Nice to have you on board all the time. Brett Woolley, RCMP is investigating. Yeah, it's 1989. All of these games now are all out of copywriters on JetNG. I played Atari 2600 boxing via PS5 cloned classic game console. Oh, I'm sure there are some flat earther ham operators that don't understand that if we didn't need shortwave, we could do all on FM if all is flat. Yeah, Tosin Love, that's the big problem with digital. Because in analog, when the signal fades out, you get more noise, but you can still see things. On HD, it's either you got a signal or you don't. So it's very tough. RJ Dakota, shortwave radio would never work on a flat Earth. Yet flat earthers have their own shortwave program. Go figure. JetNG, there might be German beers on my beer town store that you never tried. Oh, there's tons of things I probably never tried. Skidology, oh yeah, isn't that flat Earth? Yeah, that was the world's last chance. We're a group of flat Earth people broadcasting on 9330 on WBCQ. DJ Craze, part of the problem with TVDX now is the output power of the station is a fraction of what it was with NTSC. Yeah, they've lowered the power. Do you know this beer sphere, guys? No. DJ Craze now WTIC is running 526 kilowatt ERP, a little more than a tenth of what they had. Yeah, makes it more difficult, and especially with HD being, you know, a a a on off thing, kind of, it works or doesn't. So let me just check out here if we have any. Oh, you guys might freeze again. If my picture freezes, it should come back. I'm sorry, yeah, it froze again. So don't worry about it. It will unfreeze at some point. I just went into my email and had that face recognition. And Art, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Much appreciated. So it should unfreeze at some point when I will so display capture, camera recording. Yeah, camera is still frozen. So it's going to go black and it's going to actually come back, guys. Don't worry about it. I forgot about the what it did here. So as soon as the driver is going to be okay, it's going to come back. Here we go. We're back. So, King and the Xer, more FMD E-skip into Northwest Arkansas now. New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado. Wow. Look at that. Radio Picking sent me a copy of Chairman Mao's Little Red Book. Yeah, a lot of people had that. Jet NG, I knew Dick Bulger would take over the defunct CHU frequency on 7850. Yep. Tosalov, weak digital TV signals can be really frustrating. It's either strong and perfect or gone completely. Yep. DJ Craze HD radio can work almost well if it's run without an analog on channel and maybe bandwidth was opened up, which could be possible if the FCC allowed stations without adjacent channel neighbors nearby. Yeah. Well, I kind of like HD radio. I kind of like it. I got an HDR14 here, and I do find it kind of interesting. Hey, MDK2, nice to have you on board from hot Denver, Colorado. RJ Dakota barely remembers an old Russian-made radio made by a manufacturer called Vega. The radio was a multi-band called Selena. Maybe someone else remembers it. There must be pictures on. Let's go check pictures on the interwebs. Russian Vega Selena radios. Oh. Here we have one of them here. So let me take the picture. I'm going to actually save the image here. That's one of them here. I want to show you guys. So we go to display capture. So this is one of them. Selena, you see at the bottom here, Selena on the bottom right. This is one of their Russian radios. Well, it seems like a wooden cabinet here on the top and all around actually. And has long wave. I think this is long wave here. And medium wave. And then he has 41, the 49, 31, 25, 19, 16 meter band. And then FM. So look at that. 88, 108. The FM band is like reversed. It's weird. So it didn't go to the 21 meter band. But that's one of them. Kind of I wouldn't say not having one of those to try it. So that's pretty cool. Chris says, I still have 2 satellite dishes for satellite TV and can watch all different European channels. Can't always get those on cable or internet. That's something I would like to play with, but you know, I already have too many things. You know, too many things. DJ Chris, the other problem is the TV spectrum is now shared with other services, including police. So Matt says high temp of 98.2 Fahrenheit, 36.8. Ouch. Just know if I can find the post, but Channel 4 TV station was in Ontario, about 1,000 kilometers into Alabama. Wow. Jet NG, I am sure will try Asahi Super Dry from my beer store, but I want you to try it out first, Jill. I'm gonna go to there's two places here. There's a place that isn't that far away, and it's called something like um the what is the name on it? The name is the it's like the place of a million beers. Apparently, you have a great selection, and there's also the liquor store, the provincial liquor store that have quite a lot of imported beers also. Matt has got a very slight signal, or RWM on 14996, nothing on 9996. G Dakota, I had a high temperature of 94.1 degrees Fahrenheit with 106.5 heat index. Matt says, nice thing about Denver is that there's not enough humidity to create a heat index. At least you got that. Because um, we did have a 35-ish degree day 2 weeks ago. And the heat index here in Montreal was something like 105. It was crazy. My air conditioning had a hard time coping with it. Yes, we want pictures, Matt, so we can actually all share and try to smell and have the impression that we're there with you. Jet and G, Royal Crown Gel, that is kind of whiskey. No, anything whiskey is pretty much zero here for me. I can't. I just can't. RJ Dakota, in Japan, beer is sold in vending machines. That's interesting. DJ Chris says the problem I have with HD radio is in areas like I am. Nearly every channel is occupied, and the digital messes with the new empty spaces between. Yeah. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you on board from sunny Seattle. Skidology, there's this video that appeared in my recommended a while ago, and this Spaniard repairing and taking a look at one of those Vega boomboxes. And near the end of the video, he went outside with it, tested shortwave because he got nothing but noise inside, and he was able to pick up Vatican radio in Russian. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. I mean, all of the countries that made radios over the years, and you can imagine all the different manufacturing plants. I mean, it's amazing when you look at it. Like, when I think about like this one here, the Westinghouse International, you look in the back, and I mean, it's an old, different era of radio. I mean, it says made in Canada. I don't remember when the last radio was ever made in Canada, but it's a long time ago. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. Been a long time. And I mean, almost every country had a radio. Would make radios. I'm pretty sure you can get a radio made in almost any country in the world. Hey, Blogger Die, you take care of yourself. Always nice to have you on board. Don't forget, tomorrow, for all of those that are on CIDX meetup is tomorrow on Zoom. So if you're a CIDX guy, how about joining in and saying hello? It'd be a lot of fun to see you. But definitely, there's so many different manufacturers that made these back in the day. Um, I'm sure there's a lot of them, still out there in some, attic not being used, or some basement. People just, put it there in the basement and said, "Oh yeah, 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 it, I'm going to use it one day," and they never did, and it's been there for like 30 years or 40 years. Imagine all the radios that are still out there. It's like all vintage computers. I was thinking about that the other day, because when I purchased my the power supply, 'cause, I mean, I paid 100 for the power supply for my Commodore 128 because I wanted back on working order. But I saw a guy online selling his Commodore 128 with a power supply for like 250, and you're like, yeah, should I just buy another Commodore 128 and power supply for 250 instead of just the power supply and have this thing work again? And I mean, I'd have the power supply, so I could have this one work again anyways with the other power supply. And so, I did think about that for a moment. I was like, what do I do? But I thought, nah, just, power supplies enough. You'll save 150. But there's, Commodore 64 computers sold. It's the model that sold the most of all models of computers in the world. And I'm thinking, where are they all? Where are they all today? I can't believe that they would all be in a dumpster somewhere, buried. There must be tons of people that have their Commodore 64 in the box lying around for the last 20, 30 years in a basement or something. Same with radios. I'm pretty sure there must be tons of shortwave radios from the past that are somewhere in attics or whatever, you know? RJ Dakota had a stereo assembled in Canada. It was called a Voice of Music, abbreviated VM. Wow. To get crazy, I never see ads on Japanese TV for products available in vending machines. I do see many food products I wish I could get at local Asian superstore near me. Matt K2 says cigarettes used to be sold in vending machines. They might still be available that way in bars, but they used to be in restaurants everywhere. I remember the vending machines for cigarettes. They were very popular back, but here, when I think it just followed the rule, when the bars were finally prevented from having people smoking, and restaurants also, they I think that also made them remove all the cigarette vending machines, because now any public place here in Quebec, and I think pretty much across Canada, you just cannot smoke. They're even talking of making a tougher regulation here, um, and preventing people from smoking outside. So, Jasmine, most people just look at that stuff as old tech and junk. Yeah, yeah. But there's a core user base that wants it, like I'm part of it. I want to have, I've got an Amiga 500 in front of me here, and I want to have my Commodore 128 work. And, and sometimes I kind of I play old games on it, and, go back. The Commodore 128 has one thing particular, because the Commodore 128 was a machine that could be a Commodore 64. You just press a Commodore key and it was a Commodore 64. And there's nostalgia also in it, the fact that, all the things I did with that back in the day. But there's one particular thing that always, every Christmas for me, is that it's something I have to do. I don't know why. It's a I there's a demo, a Christmas demo with Santa arriving in a sled. Yeah, 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 and all these blocky, you know, graphics of the day. But it's still kind of nice to look at. And the Santa goes down the chimney, and gives the gifts, puts the gifts in the stockings, and then at the table as a drink, and he kind of has this face that you understand that it's probably liquor or alcohol in it, and while he's going back up the chimney, he's walking all crooked because he's drunk. And the reason that is important to me is that my mother, back in the day, when we would get to Christmas, would always ask me, "Can you put the drunk Santa, thing on your computer?" I always find that funny, and I would put it, and of course, in the background there was Christmas music with it. So I would always put it on for my mom every Christmas. So since then, I don't know why there's this thing about it that I want to turn on my Commodore. First of all, also the other thing is my Commodore 128. I got it at Christmas of 1985. So there's this thing about when I get to Christmas time, especially Christmas Eve, what I do is I turn on my Commodore 128 in 64 mode. I put that demo of the Santa, and it's a repeat demo. It always restarts. And put it at a low volume, but just enough to hear the music. And I don't know. It's as if my mom was there or something. It's crazy, but it's one of those little habits that I have. And so every Christmas, it's like, no, I got to put that Santa demo, and and the demo asks you for a name because it says, Merry Christmas with the name. So I always put Florence or Florence, which was the name of my mom. So I always put her name there, and I'm like, yep, Merry Christmas. There's something about it that probably brings me back to the good old days. So that's why I want it working, because I want to have that when Christmas arrives this year. But I like playing games. There's some computer games on these old machines that there's something about them that you just can't find anymore on PC games. And so I like to play some of those old Commodore games. Um, DJ Craze says, oops. Yes, I remember vending machines that used to dispense coffee or other drinks. I would drop a cup, it would drop a cup, and you had to hope it stayed in place during the process. Yeah, there's still some of those around. I was happy to when they banned smoking in bars, because I would go to karaoke and I would come home and smell like a ashtray. And when they banned smoking, God, that was such a good thing. Skidology. Here we have a not very actually next to where when I go to Addison Electronics, my electronics surplus store. Next to it is a place called Kim Fat, and it's actually an Asian market. And I always go there. There's always so many things. I like to go there and see all the stuff. It's just great. If you want to make Asian food, they got everything that you need to make it. It's really, really cool. Ryan Gas, nice to have you on board. Says, I've got a made in Brazil radio, Motobras, and a made in Ukraine radio from the 80s. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Jasmine says, it's so niche, most people will never encounter you guys. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure. Because people don't really think about, well, somebody somewhere might want one, because they probably think, well, it's old stuff. It's there nobody wants this anymore. Old radios, Commodore Amiga animation, yep. It's pretty neat. DJ Craze, I have the urge to turn on Japanese TV right now. NHK dramas, oh boy. Skillage, I can access Japanese TV channels, yep. Ryan Cass says, yes, Brazil has a sort of strict importation policy, so they actually manufacture a lot of products domestically. Still, things most people get from China. Huh. Jasmine says also they're a big anti-hoarding movement about a decade ago, so a lot of old tech ended up thrown out, no doubt. Yeah, I'm sure there are tons of these good, still working Commodore, and not just Commodore. I mean, every brand, you know, people that were like in Radio Shack with Coco 3 computers and and even old Apple stuff. You know, I have a Macintosh Plus here that was actually, it was winter and it was snowing, and I saw something with a screen which attracted my attention, and I went to look at, and it was a Macintosh Plus computer from 1984 ish, and it had a 20 megabyte hard drive just under it with all the cables. And I was like, oh, baby, you're coming home with daddy. I just took it out, dusted all the snow. When I got home, I opened it up to make sure that everything looked okay. There was no water or anything. And I let it, go to room temperature. And I flipped the switch, turned on, booted from the hard drive, still working, onto OS. I don't know, it was OS 5 or 6 or something like that, like a really old Macintosh operating system. That was kind of cool. I found that kind of fun, but it's I know it's like I'm the guy that kind of finds that old tech kind of cool to watch and use. But that there's an example. Somebody there said, "Yeah, Macintosh Plus from 1984. We're not going to do anything with that. Let's throw it in garbage. It's not worth anything." Same with my Atari ST, 520 ST, 1040 ST. Sorry, that Atari 1040 ST that I have here. It was I was coming home from a tech job, had to fix the computer. It was pouring rain, and I looked and quickly, and there's tons of garbage, and there's a keyboard sticking out. So I like, oh, that looks like a PC keyboard, maybe. So I went closer just to look and notice. It's like, oh shit, this is a whole computer. It's an old Atari 1040 ST. So I took it out. When I took it out like this, it was like water was dripping out of it like crazy. I brought it home, and I actually used a hair dryer, and for about an hour and a half, I just took the water away with the hair dryer. And once I knew it was totally dry and okay, I plugged it in. I had a picture on my screen. It worked, and I was like, wow. Now there's a problem with it. The RF modulator is actually out. It started to have a problem maybe 6 months in, and it's probably the capacitors, where the computer would start up. I would see a screen, and as the time, like as 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the picture was less and less there. It was like more snowy because there was an RF modulation. And at some point there was no picture anymore, and it would work like that. But now it doesn't even give out a picture. So I will need to check that out, because I have these things, those that that if you ever have an old computer, guys, and say, well, I don't have a floppy, I don't have anything. First of all, everything is available on the internet, every single program. But like, for example, on a Commodore, this is the drive I use. This is you put this in the floppy drive socket, and there's on this thing, there's a little SD card here. And this acts as the computer sees it as a floppy drive. And you can just put on that SD card the D64 images of games and programs. And when you boot, you have a menu where you can choose what you want to start. It's really, really cool, and avoids you from having to actually get a floppy drive. So it's really, really nice. RJ Dakota says, I still have a working NTSC TV monitor from just a while before ATSC switchover. Works great. It's JVC Matsushita unit, and wish I could sell it to someone who could use it. Well, that's one thing that I regret about that, and it's that I had a Sony 26-inch TV here that I discarded. But the thing is that for things like the Commodore computers, it is better on that to watch that on those old NTSC TVs, CRTs, than on a HD TV. On an HD TV, everything that these computers bring out is actually very crappy looking. But on an old CRT, because the resolution isn't that great, everything looks good. So it's like, yeah, maybe I should have kept it, but at the same time, it was so heavy and so big that it's like, nah, maybe it's better to, to take it out. Old radios, I gotta buy that RSCA RF modulator for my TI-99A. So, there's a lot of stuff that, yeah. Jasmine, how many disk images does that SD card fit? For the Commodore 64, I can hold the entire Commodore 64 library. All of it. Everything that was ever programmed for the computer on that SD card. In all alphabetical order. What makes it tough is that once you put it there like that, it's going into the alphabetical order and then going down, to get that game. So if you're like if one of your games, has starts like instead of being like, A something to be at the top, it's AZ something. You're going down and down and down and down to the end. You have to absolutely go down to the end, which is long. But you got everything. So everything for the Commodore 64 fits in that little SD card. Every single game, every single software, all of it in one SD card. In one SD card. That is just the most incredible thing when you think about it. I have the exact same drive, but made for the Amiga 500 that I got here. Same thing, except that one uses a USB thumb drive. And I downloaded over the torrents. I've downloaded, the zip files of every single game, every single software that was ever made for Amiga 500 and it all fits on one little USB drive, which is crazy when you think about it, Old radios. I forgot the original RF modulator was connected to this TV and accidentally ripped the forks out that connect to VHF terminal. But even if you did that, you know what? You could fix it. You don't need another RF thing. You could, I'm sure there's a way to fix it. DJ Pill Zero Pants, nice to have you here. Yeah, RJ Dakota, exactly. They look better on these old CRTs. Skidology, oh, okay, I tried doing that myself for Canadian channels, but I really had trouble trying to get them. Okay. JetNG, I transitioned to mini PC from the point until bedtime rest. All right. You gotta take care of yourself. Skidology, I'm not going to get into more details beyond that, though. We can talk about it. Direct messaging. Jasmine, can you imagine taking that SD card and converter back in time to show your friends? Oh, man. If I had that thing in 1986, 87, even earlier, in 1984, and saying, well, I got all the games that ever existed on this, and you just gotta load the menu, and then in the menu you choose, and it just, I mean, they would have gone crazy. They would have gone crazy. I mean, you can just imagine what we have now compared to the best. There's this guy in Europe that makes those. This is where I bought that one. He made some. He makes some for almost every old brand computers in the day, and he seems to be selling a lot of them. So you know those little niche guys like me that want to still keep their old Commodore computer working. He probably gets money from all of us, and when you order, you have a choice on the menu. It's like, what computer do you want it for? And he actually includes on computers like my Amiga needs to load an operating system to work. And when you order it from him, not only does he give you the Amiga drive that works, he actually includes the SD card because it contains the operating system that loads your Amiga. So it's like the guy is really great for that. So I bought the Atari one, the Amiga one, and the Commodore 64 one from him. I bought three of them. And he has some for all sorts of computers. So the guy's making money. The guy's really making money out of us niche market guys that want to keep our old PCs, old computers running. Hey, Kenneth, nice to have you here, KWN61. Jill, you rename your Commodore floppy adapter Flip, Flop, and Fly. DJ Craze, there's an infomercial for food delivery on Fuji TV now. Okay. So, I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy when you think about it. I am amazed at today's technology that all we can do. All we can do. If that 70 same drive so many years later is impressive. You know, I mean, I started off with the Amiga 500, the 3.5-inch floppies. I have about 200 of them here with Amiga stuff on it. But when I learned about that, I was like, oh, go buy floppies. Maybe I could make money in selling 3.5-inch floppies. Nobody makes floppies anymore. Maybe somebody somewhere needs them. Brett Woolley says, so sorry to hear that you can no longer attend the Church of the Cathode Ray Tube. Give us channel 83. That was something when TVs went to channel 83. That was just amazing. The highest channel we had here in Montreal came up in late 80s. It was a channel that was educational from the University of Montreal, and it showed up on channel 62. Old radios, that would be awesome. Somebody is making some sort of port for a Commodore 64 for the SD card. Yeah, it is. It's so cool. So that thing is actually programmed to act as a 1541 drive, which was the floppy for the Commodore 64, and reads the images. And so when you choose an image, it loads it into memory in its memory, and it acts as if it's a drive reading a floppy disk. So it's pretty cool. Mike WX50, I'd like to bring my SDR and laptop back to when I started listening shortwave in the 70s. Imagine an SDR in the 70s, I can tell you that. Matt MDK2 says, heck, take an iPod back to 1984, and I mean the very first one that came out. Yep. Yep. The first ever Apple device that I purchased because it was so cool for the day was when the iPod Touch came out. I didn't want to have an iPhone, but the iPod Touch was the iPhone part without a phone. And I remember I got the iPod Touch, and it was just such an amazing little device. I remember being in the subway, and I'm sitting and I'm playing Need for Speed or something like that, and I'm just, bending over. Two guys come close to me and say, "We've never seen one. Can we look? Can we watch? Can we sit down and look?" And I was like playing the game, and the guys were super amazed and everything. Then I got out of the game and I was showing stuff to the guys, and I mean, everybody was like, these are such the coolest device in the world. Back in the day when Apple was actually a cool computer company that made amazing stuff, not the boring company of today. Man, I remember the people were just amazed at that. And I was like, wow, this is the future. That iPod Touch was just so amazing. Oh, God. KW61 says, time traveler Jill being an instant millionaire just using the Commodore computer. Oh, man, I'd be okay. It's pretty crazy. Red Wally 8-bit low. Yeah. RJ Dakota, if I took something as simple as the PL330 back in the 80s, I probably would have either been arrested or considered an alien. Absolutely. Bring a PL330 in 1980. People are like, what's that? It's so small, and it's better than actually almost anything any portable that's out there except the very high-end ones. It's just, okay, look, I got all of these bandwidths and all of these, man. But at the same time, you know what? One thing came to mind with those new radios we have today. The radios we have today don't have to compete with, the strong and crowded bands of back of the 80s. I'd be curious if we take those, like the PL330, and have them face the environment of stations every 5 kilohertz, a lot of them very powerful, how well they would actually work. Because they don't have that competition today in all the signals. And that could be something that would be a very interesting experiment. How well do they perform in the 1970-80 environment at the same time? Imagine an SDR. I mean, you bring an SDR back in 1980 and show that to everybody, they're like, okay, what's that and where does it come from? This is technology that does not exist in 1980. Even your computer is way more powerful than anything else we have on this planet in 1980. You don't even have to go to the iPhone 11, RJ Dakota. The Commodore 64 actually was more powerful than Apple 11 computers. Jasmine, were there actually 83 channels though? I thought there were only like 4 channels in the 80s. The TVs would go to all the way up to channel 83. But if you were on, the rabbit ears, here in Montreal back in, say, in 1985, in Montreal, we had channel 2, channel 6, channel 10, channel 12, channel 17, and channel 35. So we had actually 6 channels to watch. Later on came channel 62, which brought it to 7. But there were apparently some channels that were on very high frequencies, so very high channels. But I don't know. I don't know about 62 because the later models, at some point in the 80s, the models that came out didn't go to 83. They would stop at 62. And 62 to 83 were actually frequency range they used for analog cell phones of the 80s and 90s. If you had a TV that went to channel 83, you were actually able to listen to cell phone conversations on your television. The Wind, nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. James VW, nice to have you here from Michigan. Chris, I had an Amiga, Commodore 64, and Spectrum. My favorite games was Attack of the Mutant Camels. I like to play. I really like to play. I liked adventure games a lot, but I like to play Raid over Moscow. That was a fun game for me. I would always go and play Raid over Moscow. What the hell is this? There it is. Boom, boom. Rick, Icon 71A, our receiver, still kicking after 35 years. Had MTK2 says, I had an iPod Touch. They had a lot more storage than phones for the time. Yep. Fake beer drinking apps. Yep. Absolutely. My WX50, I got the iPhone 3G. I thought it was such an amazing device. It's pretty crazy what we went through and the transition of technology. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure anybody would look at the technology I have in my hand. You know, imagine I also drop with this in my pocket, the Galaxy S26. They'll be like, "What's that?" That's more powerful than anything there is on this planet right now in 1980. Yeah, a little black box with no knobs and switches, and it's like, yep. What's that? It's a radio. It's a shortwave radio. I don't believe you. Oh man, King of the X are using rabbit ears for my FM skip catches currently. Well, they're probably very good at that. I mean, the rabbit ears were made for TV frequencies that actually overlap FM. So Jasmine says, I suspect when in 50 years, when programmable matter is super advanced, someone bringing it back to our time would be seen as possessing magic. Yeah, yeah, I would guess. I mean, there's advances in technology are just so amazing that we can't even imagine what we'll be in 50 or 100 years from now. That we're gonna be like, wow, you know. I still remember. I remembered a friend of mine telling me You know what would be cool? And that's the time of Commodore 64, so in 83, 4. A game in 3D where we're actually, riding a car in a city. And I remember looking at it and says, no computers can do that. Well, yeah, no computers back in the day, but today it's like, oh yeah, just go and check out some of those racing games or games, and it's like that's it. You're it's like really you're on the road and you're in a real environment, virtual one, but it looks real. And yeah, we all do it now. RJ Dakota, back in the 50s, 60s, we had VHF. One channel was on UHF and unviewable until it moved to two. In the mid 60s, we got two more VHF stations. Now, every station in a product of one of those stations is a product of one of those stations. Yeah. If I go at the earliest, when I was watching my cartoons when I was maybe 8 years old, 7 years old, um, locally we had four channels until we had what was called Radio Quebec, which is TV, Quebec provincial channel, which made five. The other ones was if I played with the rabbit ears, I would watch my cartoons from the U.S. stations. So I would have NBC on channel 5 and CBS on channel 3, both playing cartoons and Bugs Bunny stuff in the morning on Saturday. So it was kind of it was kind of the stuff we'd watch back in the day. KW61 radio from Moscow is still popular in the Ukraine. Yeah. Mike, ever try listening to amateur radio frequencies? I do that a lot. I'm an amateur radio operator. V2ZZI, Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India. So I often do it. What I would like as a ham is more hams listening to what's outside there. Amateur radio bands. Um, yeah. That one of the problems that would be one of the problems for getting schedules. It would not be easy to get schedules except from paper because there would be no way to connect. As Tosin Love says, there'd be no way to connect our computers to have anything back in 1980. So we would have to get physical, get a copy of Popular Communications or monitoring times to have the outdated schedules that are in there for the frequencies of stations. MPR TVG says, tech question alert. What do you think of a digital monopoly when tech companies wants to phase out physical media for digital media? Well, it's the big problem of companies are slowly wrapping up and having us, stuck to their own world of technology. They don't want us to go anywhere else. I started seeing the problem of that a long time ago when DRM um, was invented to prevent people copying software. When I started doing my tech duties, one of the pretty frequent things that happened that people paid me for was, oh, look at that. I got a copy of Photoshop and I got a new computer. And it says I can't install it because I've already installed it on another PC it doesn't recognize. That annoyed the hell out of people. And I totally understand, especially with the price of Photoshop. It's hundreds of dollars. And you're being denied the install on your new PC. How crappy that is. And, you had to call the tech line. You had to go through hoops and tell them, well, I got a new computer. And, sometimes you plainly get, oh, but buy another copy. Hey, that thing costs hundreds of bucks. I should not have to buy a new copy because I have a new PC. We're not trying to make a illegal copy here. That was very frustrating. And you know what? The biggest stupidity in all of it was that a tech guy like me knew where to get pirated copies of it. And a lot of people knew where to get pirated copies of it. And you know what? Pirated copies started to exist way more because they did DRM protection that would annoy users than actually people wanting to really pirate, software. And that was so stupid because they were trying to prevent copies, but at the same time, illegal copies were not that much of a problem. They were making their money. And the amount of people that would make an illegal copy of it were a very, very small amount of people. So, they invented a problem that was not a problem. And so there's all sorts of things like that companies, you know what, the more they're going to annoy us, the more at some point people are going to be tired. There's a big uproar with PlayStation because of that. People are like, well, if I can't have my own media and the game, why should I continue? And there are, a lot of groups like GOG on PCs where they're saying, well, we're selling games without copy protection. You can install it anywhere you want once you purchase our game. So this is, in its own, a very complex situation where companies are trying to take control of everything we do. I'll have a same exact my frustration. I've got a subscription to Prime, to Netflix. I've got cable with an amazing amount of channels. And yet, I decide that I want to watch this movie. Nobody has it, and you end up with, oh, you can rent it for $5.99 or $4.99. I'm sorry, but first of all, it's an old movie that played on TV a million times, and second of it's, why should I pay for that old thing when I'm paying, 200 bucks a month for all of these things, and even more. I'm sorry, but that pisses me off personally. So there's a lot of these things that, companies are annoying us like crazy with all of that. And the more they will, at some point, there will be some shifts in how things happen because people are going to be tired. Brett, will you remember when X-rated games were out for the old computers? Yep. I remember a friend of mine coming home and saying, hey, I got something on this floppy disk. You're going to go crazy. The beeping sound is RWM 9996 from Moscow, Russia, time signal. And I remember even putting in, and it's like a very short porn with a guy and a girl. And it's like, doesn't last long because the Commodore doesn't have a lot of memory. So it's like, okay. It's like a repeat sequence that lasts like 4 seconds. And you're like, oh, okay. Wow. So it's been around for a long time. Chris says the first TV channel in England that had a clearer picture was BBC Two, has had more lines on the screen. Just crazy. Jasmine Gilles, did you see you can order a small flying car you can sit in and fly from Timu? Really? It's like a quadcopter similar to a Jetson, but a fraction of the cost. There's a YouTube video on guys flying it. Wow. I didn't even know they had one. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, man. Yeah, there should be flying cars today, apparently. Absolutely. KW60 wants to show the CD history with the music industry. Now they are buying game companies too. Yep. Jasmine's others exist, but they are very expensive. Wow. Keegan DX is having Chihuahua, Mexico. I like the name of Jetson. It goes with the cartoons. These are crazy. If you study the HTML of many of these sites, you can figure out how to download the streams. This is pretty crazy when you think about it. Yep. Yeah, I know, Chris. And that's a problem because it's like, well, these movies have been paid for a long time. There should be a regulation that says when a movie hits, I don't know, 30 years, it has to be free somewhere. And of the and of making the money all the time. Radical Squadron, oh man. Well, I remember when Napster arrived, I had my brand new HP desktop with a CD burner that went at 2 times speed because they were brand new back in the day. And I went online, installed Napster, saw that I could have every freaking song that ever existed for free. I think that night I went to bed at like 5 a.m. and I was about to go to work at like 7. I had just 2 hours sleep. Everybody was like, "You're so tired." I said, "I discovered Napster last night. I just couldn't believe it. I downloaded so many things." It was just crazy. Just crazy. My WX50. I was downloading all my MP3s from IRC. Oh man, that was something. Bob from work, and then they closed down on Napster. Where did we go? We went to BearShare. What were these things? BearShare, LimeWire. Those were the replacement for Napster. So all they did was just transfer us to something new. Radio Romania, English on 11620.
Healthcare facilities across Romania are set to take part in a warning strike on Monday amid mounting dissatisfaction among medical staff over the government's policies. Anti-Romania's Superior Council of Magistracy has rejected the European Commission's criticism set out in its rule of law report concerning the investigation of corruption within the country's judicial system.
I still have Bob from Wick. I still have in a box here somewhere music mix CDs that I burned back in 2000 with Napster. It was just crazy. Yeah, well, it was not even a server thing, MDK2. What would happen is that it would use a system where it would connect to a lot of people. And if one album or one thing that you wanted didn't have enough sources to get the bits off of it, then you would wait forever for an album or even a song. A song could take hours if there was almost no one giving out the bits. So it really was the way it was because we were interconnecting with each other. Yeah, there was no server in the middle. Once the connection was made, we were all connected directly together, but it depended, like somebody could be on dial-up. Back in the day, there were still a lot of people on dial-up. So, it was the BitTorrent before BitTorrent, exactly, Jasmine. That was exactly that, but it was only for music. BitTorrent is for everything. You can have software, you can have, anything. Where Napster was specialized in just getting you music. All I remember is Napster, BearShare, and LimeWire. But yeah, it was BitTorrent before BitTorrent, but just for music. Napster was just music. When we got to like LimeWire, I think LimeWire and BearShare could give you other things, not just music. Where Napster was really just music. It was crazy. I mean, remember downloading. And I would use, because when I got that HP PC, which I paid the incredible price of, it was a Pentium 600, a Pentium 3 600, and I paid $2,600 for it in 2000. And had that CD burner, which I didn't know what to do exactly with. Oh, Kazaa. Yeah, bought from Wick. Kazaa was another one. Yes. Yeah, there was Mega Upload, that guy that got arrested and, I think he's in jail now. Jasmine, all I know is it sounds like you're all out nostalgizing about life on ARN mode. Yeah, well, we were pretty much in radio mode all time before you arrived, and it was like as you arrived, we started going into that old technology and old stuff. But before, about half an hour before you arrived, we started going to that. Email. Yeah, I remember email. Free to choose. Yep. But because for the rest, most of the show was really radio. For the most thing. MDK2 says the golden age of internet ended when Mega Upload and other sharing sites were shut down. Yep. Gabriel says another thing we get often here in South America is not available for your region, even if you want to pay. I know sometimes a VPN solves the issue, but not always. Yeah, there's a lot of barriers, unfortunately, on some websites, on some streaming. And they don't want you, if you're not in the area where they are supposed to, give you the that information. Is like, on some the VPN does work, but sometimes it doesn't. Here for a long time, people were, for example, Netflix Canada is very different from Netflix in the US, and the content is a big difference. And there are things you guys have that we don't see here. And it all has to do with agreements that Netflix makes. For a very long time, people in Canada would use a VPN and would connect to a US server so that Netflix thinks you're in the US. And it would work, and you have the US content that you could watch. But they became very harsh at one point. They just like blatantly said, you connect with a VPN in the US to see content, we're going to ban you from Netflix. That's it. We're just going to ban you. Your account's terminated and you're banned. So, they started getting very aggressive about that at some point. Mike B, I emailed you a picture. If I hold my PL330 in my hand and touch the 21 feet wire and the headphone wire at the same time, in some cases, it doubles my signal strength and signal to noise ratio. So let's check out that picture here. I'm going to go here. Gmail. And, let's first of all look at the important stuff, the barbecue. So we've got, I'm going to save this, our friend MDK2 that sent a picture of his cat. And what's that? Oh, it's the and here's the grill. Downloading. Oh, that looks great. That. So we'll have these two pictures. And what else do we have? Trailing the radio. And this one's another JPEG. This is Mike B with his demonstration of him touching the radio and the earphones where the signal gets even better. It's kind of interesting. So, oh, we're going to have another one here. We'll show you guys pictures that people have sent about what they're doing. It's kind of cool. Makes it even more of a fun time. We have Henry Gonzalez that says hello, and from Missouri City. And he says, "Wow, well, you look a lot younger and cleaned up." So you saw the picture of me earlier when I was actually much younger. So here are a few pictures that we have from our friends, and here's the. We're gonna share that with everyone if you guys want to see them, so that you guys could see everything coming out of the email here. So let's go to the display capture. Now let's go to, so this is MDK2, Matt in Colorado, preparing the fries. So that just has to be good. I mean, homemade fries are always amazing. Then we have his selection of little drinks that he's doing. So that's pretty cool. And then we have, of course, the cat. His cat is right here. So that's nice to see the cat. I think he wants something. And then we have the barbecue going on. That's pretty cool too. And Mike B with his radio, that when he puts his hand near the headphones and antenna, the signal increases. So looks like you have a pretty good signal on 11620 of Radio Romania. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. So thanks for sharing, guys. Might be so. Okay, so that's what we were looking at. Where did we go from there? The Constitutional Court issued a ruling regulating the suspension of the limitation period in criminal access in 2018-2022. Pretty crazy. Winamp skins were crazy, yeah, at some point. And LimeWire, Napster, Keza, that's it. So those we have. KW61 LimeWire could, but was put out of business, being sued right after I found about it. Yeah, that often happened in the day. He was like, oh, I found this new thing, and like a month later it was off because they were being sued. Mark watching a movie on C-band 101 degrees west. RJ Dakota, Fire TV, Roku TV have both been in the process of changing their proprietary home screens, each within weeks of each other. Coincidence? It isn't. They all talk to each other. It's so stupid. Yeah, Grokster, DJ Craze. Radical Squadron, for those that do not remember, Napster War started when Lars Ulrich, a drummer from Metallica, found out that a demo of the song Disappear showed up on Napster for free. Yeah. Bob from Wick, I believe email is still going on. Could be wrong, but I've heard of someone who still uses it recently. You know. Wow. Yeah, VLC is a good player, multimedia player. Craig Martinetti, I use an app called IPTV Smarters. I pay $50 every 3 months. I get TV stations all over Canada and the US and beyond. It's an Android service. Well, from which some UK shops banned too many clothes returns because you have YouTubers buying stuff for hauls then returning them in mass. You know, I on my tech channel, there's a PC shop that you can return, because a lot of computer places now, if you buy a computer and you return it, they have a restocking fee that you have to pay. But there was one place in Montreal that did not do that. And I got to say that for a while, I thought about, okay, I could go and buy a PC, review it on my channel, and return it, get a refund, and I'll make money making reviews of PCs. And I never did it because I thought, it's not fair for the computer shop. But at the same time, I was like, that could have been a nice thing to do also. You know. DJ Craze, there's some Pirates 6960 lower sideband. 6925. So let's check it out. Let's go on 6. And I start at 6850. Put myself in upper sideband and go up. Definitely 6925. Not super strong, but it's there. $69.60. That one is very strong. $69.60. Lower sideband, we don't see very often in Pirates. So we have pretty good signal in that one. Anything else? Nothing else above that. So 69.60. Lower sideband, very strong. Of course, Radio Romania in English, very strong. Go next. Chris, do you use a bass mic on your FTDX10? I bought a bass mic for my FTDX10, but the audio on the hand mic is just as good with the settings tweaked. I used the hand mic that came with the radio. Once you go with the proper settings, the hand mic is just fantastic on the FTDX10. You don't really need anything else. It sounds great. And I don't know how many times I made a contact and people just said, wow, you sound really great. So it's like once you tweak the audio and the settings, that radio and that mic that came with it is just fine. GMAC, yeah, it's Radio Marti, 13570 and 11930 Radio Marti. That is there. Yeah, it's very close to the ISM band. Absolutely, Jasmine. 6925, strong in Vermont. Keegan says FM E-skip dropping out. GMAC 9930, which is WTWW. Jasmine says, I remember seeing someone on eBay selling an AM transmitter for $13,560, $13,570. Oh, wow. RJ Dakota, that thing on 6960 lower. Mike WX50, Rambling Man on 6960. Brian Leesner, 6960 is all I can hear. GMAC 9395, that's WRMI with some broadcast. DJ Craze, I said I get both, but 6925 is really weak. I can try one. I suspect will be better for 6925. So you guys are using Kiwi SDRs to receive those pirates. That's kind of interesting. So lots of activity on the radio right now, and the propagation is actually very good tonight. I think it's going to be a night where listening to the radio will be really, really nice. Really, really nice. K-index 1.6 right now. That's very good. Solar Flex 105. So we're in good territory for some good propagation. Really, really nice. You know, you guys, I talk about La Concepcion and when we used to go up north. I will show you guys a satellite map of where that was. And you guys are going to be like, wow. So Oh, wait, I'm gonna just do it like, here we go. This is exactly where it was. So this is a satellite view of where we were at my father's shack back in the 80s when I was going there, and even the 90s I went there a lot. Now I haven't been there in about 20 years. So if you guys want to see where that was in the Laurentians, look at this. Display capture. Here's where it was. This is where it was. So what you see here is a satellite view. The shack is here somewhere. Okay? It's still there today. This was a lake where I actually would use a, my father had a canoe, and I would often go around the island. This part here where the canoe always stuck because the water wasn't high enough. So I had to like take the canoe, pull it up, and go across up to about here, and then go back into the water. There was an island in the middle of it, and in the middle of the island there was a old abandoned rundown shack that was just, you know, falling apart. um, I would go there and, you know, just walk around. You had to be careful because there was rabbit holes everywhere, so if you didn't look where you were walking you could, like, you know, sprain an ankle quite easily. So now I'm gonna actually move out of there. So imagine there's no, this has no electricity. The shack is no powered. So I mean, radio noise was zero. Radio noise was zero. The nearest neighbor. So if I move out here, the nearest neighbor was about here. We don't see it well on this satellite, but that was the nearest neighbor, so it was like really far away. Here there was a place where you walked and you could go to the beach. There's a beach because this is a Red River, Rivière Rouge, and you could go to the beach here. There was a really nice beach there in the summertime. It was really nice to go there. So look at that. Look at how isolated this thing is around. I mean, that was a great, you know, DX place. And man, I don't know how many times I love to go there all the time. It was just so cool. It's funny because I've been looking at the satellite and I've been trying to figure out, you know, I would guess if I look at it here from this place, there's a lot of trees over where it was, so I think somewhere here is where we were. And we would come in from the entrance. There was an entrance here, that just about here. There's an entrance here where we'd go with the car, stop the car like here, and then we would walk just that little spot until here. So that was the shack place where my father was. I probably have pictures somewhere that shows the shack that my father built. But I mean, even today, this is still very rural. It's very quiet. There's really nothing much that happened around it in the last 30, 40 years. So this is what it looks like. Imagine. So that was something. That was something. And Montreal is down here. So we would actually go from Montreal here all the way up, and we would go to the area which is around here. Pretty crazy. That was a lot of fun back in the day. So that was the very wooded area of where it was all. Um, okay, what else do we have? So Crazy on You by Heart on 6960 right now. RJ Kenneth says, Jill, is the dark parts where the forest fires was last year? You know what? That picture has a weird thing in it where it seems like one part was taken by the satellite at one time, one part was taken. So it's very bizarre what's happening. I'm not sure exactly why they were made like that. So I don't know. Maybe at some point they're gonna update the pictures and it'll be better. RJ Dakota, imagine listening to shortwave radio in a place like that. I can tell you, zero noise. There's absolutely zero noise. It's like there's nothing electric. There's no electricity, nothing electric around it. You know, if you have noise, you brought the noise with you with something, because there's really, 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 it was really, really great. I miss being at that place, and actually, the story for someone didn't know, when my father at some point needed money, and he sold that place to my brother for like $500. I mean, nothing. My brother bought it, and then my brother needed money, and he was looking to sell it. And it just came to a part where I was out of a job, because my idea was, well, I'm going to buy it, but I didn't have a job. It was a wrong time. I even told my brother, it's like, maybe you can wait. And he said, I can't wait. I need money. So it was sold to a friend of us, which, you know, if I wanted to go today, I could ask, and I'm pretty sure he would be fine with, you know, going there and like, yeah, fine, here's the keys and you can go there if you want. But, you know, when it's not yours and you have to beg to go somewhere, it's like it gets to a point where you're like, yeah. So I never asked. I did go with that friend many times in the 90s, though, because he was always going alone, and he found it cool to have a companion to, you know, be with rather than always being alone. But, you know, I could have, if I had a job, I would have purchased it. My brother was selling it for 3,000, which again was not that much money, but I just didn't have a job, you know. Bob must be, and that he needed like some bookshelf and the Secret Seven. Bob from Wick, Secret Seven, visit the island. Craig Martinetti, usually I used to vacation in Port Carling, Ontario, Canada. My family rented a cottage on the lake. Great memories. Yep, it is great memories. Great memories. So that's where I spent a lot of you know, from the age of, my father bought that land because there was nothing on it. He bought that land in 1977 ish, and he built the cabin in about a year and a half, and we were there. He had started to build a really nice house. Actually, it was like, that would have been a 2-story house with everything. A little further where it was actually even better because we had a view of the lake and everything. And he kind of abandoned in about 1980, 81 ish. So I spent from about 8 years old, I spent every single weekend pretty much there. And when my father was on vacation, we spent 2 weeks, 3 weeks there. every summer. We even spent time in the winter time. Imagine we had a wood stove, like, we had to put, wood in the oven to keep warm. And man, that also was great memories. It's like seeing things like that. I'm happy because what I'm happy is I've lived through what was very, when my dad purchased it, cows were walking. There was a guy bringing us cows every night, and cows were walking next to the lake, and they would go into the forest. And that was nice because the cows would make a really neat, path in the forest. So I would go and walk. You just have to watch not to, put your foot in some cow crap. But, it was kind of cool. And a year later, they stopped going on the land. So what happened is that very fast, actually, in one summer, the path was not a path anymore. It was like just a forest. But it was kind of cool because I'd like to go. I was really, really enjoying going through the path where the cows were, because it was kind of an easy taking a walk, going in the forest stuff. And man, I have a lot of great memories from there, and I am happy to have been able to be there and be in a very wild environment where there's nothing around about. There's nothing. There's a forest. If you wanted to have something, there was a kind of a in French they call it a magasin général. I think it's like some kind of general store. Maybe in English, I think general store is a thing. There was one general store back in the day. You'd go there, they had everything, and there was one grocery store, and you'd get all the stuff there. And man, I have great memories of that. So yeah, cow patties. You just have to make sure that you don't have cow patties. Don't want to step in one. So I did radio there, but not enough. I started actually not. They started off not really going, and I didn't go there a lot. You like that, Jasmine? Magasin Général. You know what, Jasmine? I will bring you to a Magasin Général if you come to Montreal. There's one in the old Montreal section. Um, so the I had a good time there, but I didn't do a lot of radio there. I did astronomy there. I had a telescope. So back in that time was more I did, I watched the skies. The skies there were just so amazing. One of the most dark skies that you can imagine. Everything was just fantastic. I have so much souvenir. And so Jasmine says, deal, then karaoke. Absolutely. I promise. Good. I'll say the old phrase, Jasmine. The phrase is going to be, I will bring you to the general store. Je vais t'amener au magasin général. Et après, nous irons au karaoke. And then we'll go to karaoke. So that's it. So, well, you know what's cool with that place? Because, I mean, that place was amazing for the sky it had. I did a lot of astronomy. It was just so cool. The part John Jacobs, you say, saw alien craft. That's where I wanted I have a story with that. So I'll bring back actually the map or the satellite view. So there is only one small road in that place. Okay, so if I bring back the view of the area, we'll go into the we'll go back into that area here. So you guys can see, there you go, display capture. So you guys can see this, there's only this road here. This is a road we would take. So we had to take that road from really far. This is the river with a lot of current, but was, you know, we would go in the hot summer days, we would just go in that river. So here's the highway. The highway is here. Back in the day, the highway was not that big. Back in the day, the highway was a small road. They actually, in the 90s, built this big highway that would continue. So we would go, back in the day, we would actually go here and then go to where the place is, right here. And actually, I think we can do something here. Was there a... Can I want to see. Is there a... I thought that we could... There's a street view, I think, here that we can actually go. So anyways, I'm just going to go here. But there was a street view. I'm pretty sure we could actually go here on the road. If I go here... Oh, street view. This is what it looks like. Okay, here, look at that. This is the road you're taking to go there. Okay? And I'm not sure if we're going to see it. Here's the... Here, you see this? This is a parking lot that we actually made later. There was a sand pit a little further down. We actually put we actually made this, and I think it took like 2 months of having sand, bringing sand over here, and a friend's truck. And we made this. This became the parking lot for the place. And so you could see, this is what it looks like. It's very, you know, very isolated. There's almost nothing around. And one night we were coming, so imagine the situation. Think this is darkness. And one night we were coming, and we came in I was tuning around the car radio, came to an Art Bell overnight show, and he was talking about aliens that, you know, would come over and take people. And I remember I was looking at my friend and I said, you know what? Listening to this show, this is the best freaking place in the world right now that aliens can come and kidnap us, and no one will ever know that we were here just because of what it is. So, so back in the day, that was the thing. So it's a little bit of history, guys. It's a little bit of my young days, going to a very wild spot with because of the shack and everything. So you know, this is pretty cool. So, you know, maybe someday I'll, you know, go or whatever, but maybe I'll ask my friend if it would be okay for me to spend or maybe you know, maybe you would like to go, but maybe not, because he's been sick. He had cancer. The friend that bought this had cancer, and it's a little complicated. So, but I don't know. So this was the place, and so one night we had Art Bell on the radio, and it's like, yeah, this is the place where aliens are going to actually kidnap us, pretty much. So it was really part of my really nice moments as a young guy, a teenager, and even later in life. The river, when I showed you the river, that river, when we get to spring, is going to be 10 times as big as you saw it on the map because of the flooding that happens when the snow melts. And it's really crazy. And I went there one time. I went there one time, and he he looks at me and says, "Why did you put a stick on the ground at that specific spot?" And yeah, I mean, I've been going there for ages, so I knew. I said, when the water reaches this stick, we have to get out, because the road on each side is going to be underwater if we don't. And he said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah." And that was, we went there in the fall, and it was raining all the time. That fall, it was maybe 1994, 93, 94. That fall was raining every single day. So slowly, I could see that the lake was actually rising. I could see that the lake slowly was rising. So that weekend we went, and it was raining all weekend, and big, heavy, steady rain. And I looked at the lake and I said, "Look, man, um, we got to watch the lake, because and that's where he asked for about the stick." I said, "When the lake will rise to this stick, I know that it's not far from being the road that we have. The only road we have is going to be flooded on each side. We'll be stuck here." So he said, "Oh, okay." And so when we woke up on the Sunday morning, the water was just past the stick. And I said, "We got to go now. It's going to rain all day. We got to go now. We're not going to be able to go." I didn't really care because we had everything. But what was happening is that, he worked in the morning on Monday. So it's like, yeah, you work. You need to go back to Montreal. So we packed everything. And when we crossed, there was about 2 inches of water already on the road. And he said, "Wow, you're right. The river is overflowing." It's like, yeah, and it's going to continue raining. It's going to be worse. By the end of the day, I told him, I said, "With this rain, by the end of the day, we will not be able to get out of here. It's time to go." So, it's kind of cool. Cool times though. I remember going there with my father when there was the biggest flooding in maybe 1980, 81. And we arrived on the road, and there was about 3 feet of water on the road. I mean, it was really big. It was like, okay, we can't cross. So my father parked at just next to it. And when I showed you the satellite picture, where the island and where we were, in the back, it's a mountain. It's a small mountain. So my father said, "How about we walk up the mountain to avoid the water and walk to where the you know where that shed is, and where that so because he wanted to know if the water had actually risen high enough to touch where we were. And so we did that, and the water was not high enough. It wasn't very far, but it wasn't high enough. And we saw I've never seen, I was so amazed. I've never seen flooding like that. It's like I couldn't believe that a river would actually become such a huge, plane of water. I didn't know flooding like that could exist. That was my first look at flooding. I can tell you that. Actually, Toast and Love, you should be on Narrow FM. It's 29640 is a repeater on a 10-meter band. So, that was kind of interesting. And there was a lot of fun to be there. Yep, 29,600 to 29,700 has repeaters, Tosanlov. So 29,620 to 29,640, 660, 680 are all amateur radio repeaters in the 10-meter band. And they're all narrow FM. And from 29,300 to 29,600, you might hear narrow FM amateur radio operators making contacts. I made a few contacts with my ham radio here in Europe on narrow FM. It was kind of cool on 29,500. Sunday, Bloody Sunday, happening on 6960 lower sideband right now. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. You guys have a more of a little idea. I think it's Canada that asked if we saw bears there. We didn't see any bears because at that location, we're close to the small town of La Concepcion, and all around the area, even though they're a little far, there's a lot of little houses everywhere. So the bears would not reach this area, and it was very mountainous. So it's like, they had to cross a mountain most of the time to just reach us. There were bears not very far from where we were, but they would never really come to where that place was. So the bears were not there. There was a lot of wildlife, coyotes and so on, but there were no bears at that spot, really. So it was safe for that, at least. So it was a lot of fun. That was where I passed a lot of. And I imagine there's still no electricity today there. Imagine going there and, I would actually have, one thing that I had thought of is, if I had purchased that from my brother, today I would be probably thinking of, okay, if there's any DXers around, southern Quebec, or even from the US that want to make a trip to there, rent it for DX purposes, put up antennas and all stuff that would be super quiet. So ham radio operators and radio DXers could go and rent the place for, okay, you got a weekend. I'm going to rent it for a weekend for, DX, or for a week. Want to be there for a week? That was one thing that came to mind for me, was like renting the place for DXers that really want to DX for real in a very low noise environment. That probably would have been really, really an interesting idea, I think, for a lot of people. But man, if I'd go back now, I would bring radios and just like, okay, we're gonna do some serious DXing here. I would bring my ham gear and a battery and everything. So it would be pretty cool for DXing purposes. So that was my young adult life. I showed you here a little bit with. Should we show Jasmine? Jasmine, you still there? Do you want to see a picture of me when I was 21 years old that I showed a little earlier? I was. We were talking about the radios I had when I was. I have a picture of when I was about 20, 21, and the radios I had, and I put it on, and everybody was like, "Oh God." So you want to see a picture of me at 21, Jasmine? Yes. All right, Jasmine. Look at that. That was my Radio Shack when I was, I guess it's pretty much 21 years old. The young DXer in me. So here's the young Jill, Jasmine. Get ready. Here we go. So that's in 1990. picture of me in 1990 with my radios and everything. And on the right side here, where you don't see anything, was my Commodore computer and my the monitor and everything. So this is my 21-year-old me. I probably weighed like 130 pounds at the time. I didn't have a belly, didn't have anything. I was like a little toothpick compared to today. So, yep, that's me. That's me back in the day. I thought you'd like to see that. I thought you'd like to see that. Kino 61, I like my Anchor power station with solar panels. It will power my Panasonic microwave for a half an hour on high. So nice to have you. Steve Fleming, nice to have you here. Yeah, no beard. I didn't have a beard until it was not the time for beards. Back in 1990, it was the in the 90s, the look for most men was a clean shaved face, and even body hair was like, a lot of guys would just remove it. It's in the 2000s where the body, the air, the face body, the face air and the body air kind of came back a little bit. So Jasmine says, wow, she's shocked. Kenneth says, now look at you today, how much 8 years can change you. So, innocent is a perfect word to describe Bob from Wick, what I was actually. JJ Endo says babyface. Yeah. Oh man, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Mad MTK2 clean shaven Urbane. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, yeah. That time Jasmine was on Zoom. Chris, Jill, in those days, did you DX all night or chatting up people on the radio? Well, I was in a ham, so I was a listener. And so I was kind of going through everything. I would, do late nights. I would go and I would wake up early in the morning, things like that, to really, really, you know, um, get all the the stations on the air at different times that I couldn't get. 1990 is still a great time to DX. It was not. We had passed the peak of shortwave. We had passed the peak of shortwave, but we were still in a very, very good moment where you could listen to shortwave and have a lot of stuff to listen to. That definitely was a thing. So it was either late nights, early mornings, or it was, anytime. I was at that time also, I was in the scanner craze. So on that picture, there was a 10-channel scanner, but there's also the Pro 2022. And I was starting to really get into scanner radio, listening to all sorts of stuff. It was pretty interesting. Thank you, Steve Fleming, for the donation. And don't forget, guys, that want to use PayPal, you can also send a donation to PayPal address to help me out. It helps tremendously. You guys have been really great Thank you so much. So yeah, I didn't fall asleep. I was kind of my WX50. I was kind of in the mode where when I started to really, really be tired, I just said like, screw it, I'm gonna go to bed. But it was a mixed bag because in 1990, I was in my first full time job, and so I had a lot of things going on. I had a lot of friends who would go to the Peel Pub downtown where we would play the trivia games. So there's a lot happening. It's a young 21-year-old guy. What do you think he's gonna do? He's not just gonna do radio. I was, versatile. It looks like a, when I said it, it looks like a, one of those, you know, one of those places where you try to meet people. It's like, I'm versatile. Um, so I was doing a lot of stuff, and I had some friends that I would go out with. So it was a mix. I was like, radio, going out with friends, doing a lot of stuff. I remember going a lot to the movie theaters with a friend of mine that we would go watch almost every movie that would come out. So hey, Robert Varner, take care, my friend. Nice to have you on board as usual. So it was a mix of all of that and radio and shortwave and that Kenwood R5000 in front of me I had for maybe a month or two when that picture was taken. It was my new baby after living 5 years with a Radio Shack DX 302. It was in a league of its own. It was so much different suddenly to get all of that and to listen with that radio. So it's part of what happened. Is like it was just crazy. It was just crazy. Thank you, Markland, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So this. So you guys saw a lot of stuff that now you'll have an image when I talk about going up to La Concepcion up north, where it was, how isolated it was, and it's still isolated so much today. So it's pretty crazy, and really, really was fun to go and listen to the radio. And it was scary. There was this scary part to it too. It was such a dark place when there was no full moon. There was no moon. It was like so dark. You couldn't see a thing. I remember like going to you know my telescope and like I don't see anything and I'm hearing all of these noises around me. It's like it heightens your ears and your senses to everything around you because you're suddenly in the middle of what is essentially a very, you know, nature place, and you don't know what you're gonna see or meet or whatever. I remember one night going there and I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna go listen to the radio inside the shack because it was dark and I was alone, and I was like, okay, too much noises around me. There's something not fun. The worst thing is I always told everybody, I said, you know what? This is our minds playing, our head is just playing against us because I told everybody that probably that place was the most safe place ever for a guy to be alone. Safer than even my apartment in Montreal. But when you start going inside your head, it just forget it. You have no more control over anything that you do. So Devonia, nice to have you on board to E0OBY. Good evening. And as we are going here, we're at 5 hours, guys. and I am hungry, and I want to, and there's a few things I need to do. So we are going to say good night. We're going to say goodbye. Hope you enjoyed. 6960 Lower Simon Parrot is going on real strong still. So you guys might tune that. And so have fun. Take care. Hope you have a great week. Craig Martinetti, I know you want to have the Moscow Nights. I'll jump a week for Moscow Nights this week, okay? But I'll do it next week, promise. All right? I'll do it without hesitation next week. So take care, everybody. Love you all. Stay safe. Thanks, everybody, for the donations, by the way, through the night. Much appreciated. Helps this continue. And it's really, really amazing. Amazing to be here. So hope that you guys take care. And let me just check it out here. I think there's something happening. So here we go. This is okay. So, all right, guys. Thanks for being here. Love you all. Stay safe. And see you next week, 20 hours Universal Time. Always fun to have you all here. You guys are great. Take care, okay?